we have in the room today, that is critical.
State your name and county, please.
My name is Kathleen Chandler. I'm from Arapahoe County, but I'm the 4th CD bonus member. I am in opposition to this because by raising the number, it puts an undue burden. And also, if you are requiring them to go from a county vote to an individual vote, I agree. It's going to add more time because as a county, you're doing it all together at the same moment, and then they're presenting it. And I do agree as well that they want an individual person to stand up so that perhaps others can malign them on social media, malign them later in their vote. I just want, it's not that I'm for anonymity, but I am for decorum, and I think having it by county allows you to have that decorum within your county. So I would say that this is not a good amendment. It puts too much undue burden on the individual, and the county knows exactly what they need to do.
Okay. Hi, state your name and county, please.
Michelle Gray, chair of the Pueblo County Party. I just want to say that when we were here last time as a math teacher and a mathematician, when I saw how the counties had to tally up their own stuff and understanding fractions, I was a little bit concerned that things weren't tallied appropriately.
State your name and county, please.
Tina Griffiths, former chair of House District 23 and 30 in Jefferson County. I oppose this amendment. State law requires that we are elected by the county. We represent the county, okay? We can do roll call votes and still belong to our county. I represent Jefferson County at the state level. I don't represent the state at Jefferson County. There's a big difference there in the top down. The 75% I have no problem, or 75 people, sorry. I think that's fair. But I think this needs to go back to committee to be reworked. I oppose it as it stands.
Okay. State your name and county.
Weston Eimer, Jefferson County. We elect congressional representatives to Congress and senators. They all have roll call votes by the name. Their vote is recorded publicly. All of us in this room are elected officials at our county level. We should have a proven voting record to show our constituents. We should not be ashamed of having our vote publicly recorded with our name attached to it. And if you're that scared of it, which I believe many of the members rising in opposition are, then maybe you shouldn't be on the committee. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that's a personal insult and should be removed.
Everyone, again, per the instructions, let's keep the debate towards the policy and the issues. I understand, and I hope we can all continue to go that route. We will now go to Mr. Kevin.
Mr. Chairman, Kevin McCarney,
yes.
Mesa County bonus member. I'm opposed to this. The number one right in the Constitution is the right to the privacy of your vote, period.
State your name and county, please.
Linda Zamora Wilson, El Paso. I am for this, and if there's any concerns about time, if you were here last time and the amount of time that it took for people to gather and get the rolls, to count, and to formulate and come back, I would argue that it would be much faster to have the secretary do the roll count.
State your name and county, please.
Mr. Chairman, Danny Moore, bonus member, Arapahoe County. I just want everybody to know I'm not afraid of my vote being heard. I'm okay with the 75-person vote. What I'm not okay with is the individual vote. What's the purpose behind the individual vote over the county vote, if I may ask?
Yes. So the reason that the Bylaws Committee took this up was because we were having problems with people who would not stay when it was their duty to stay and vote. So instead, they took their badge and they gave it to a friend and said, vote this way, and that was not the proper way to do it. Meeting rules state that if you're going to leave, you have to properly credential, so that was problem number one. Problem number two, there were other individuals that were trying to not vote appropriately and stay. I mean, it's hard because I don't want to single out any individual or call anyone out specifically that we became aware of, but suffice it to say, we had a big problem with voter integrity and proxy credentialing, especially chain of custody. This eliminates that problem by having the individual say what they want. And by the way, if it's a roll call vote by the individual, you can say yes, you can say no, or you can abstain. That's all that it does, and that was the reasoning behind it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. State your name and county, please.
Robin Webb, Douglas County. I am for this. Accountability is important. We are in an elected position, and the people who vote for us deserve to know where we stand on every issue. Hiding your vote is not okay for anything. Be transparent. This is the room of the lions, not the sheep.
State your name and county.
Kay Rendelman, El Paso County. I rise in opposition, mainly because it is within the county that we are elected and accountable, and having all of us report and vote within the county, we can be held accountable. You'll know, but it should speed up the process, and it's irrelevant to a lot of the rest of the state as to who's voting, because you're held accountable within your county. And so that's why I think it's just more efficient, but you don't give up that accountability.
State your name and district.
Good morning. I am Ken DeGraff. I am a Colorado representative. I happen to be from House District 22. We are all representatives of the Colorado Republican Party. We happen to be from different counties. So we have a responsibility and we have an accountability, not just to our own counties, but we have a responsibility and accountability to everybody across the state. So for time reasons, I'm for this, because last time breaking up and doing all that took way longer than just going down a list and reading a bunch of names and getting a yes, no, or abstain vote. And that's all we have to do. And the individuals, we need to, whether it's for accountability or expediency. I think expediency is a great reason for this. The evasion of accountability is an interesting tack. So I am in favor of this. I think we should all be in favor of this, because we are representatives of the entirety of Colorado, and we have everything proportioned, so we have a flavor of all places, which is why everybody should show up in person and not just proxy when able. And it's important that those proxies are actually voted the way the person knows. I would like to call the question.
Okay. The question has been called by Representative DeGraff, and I believe I heard a second. In order to end debate, that takes a 2/3 vote. So all in favor of calling the question ending debate, please rise. And if you have fractional votes, please hold them up. And if you have multiple votes for proxies, hold those up too, please. Okay, please be seated. All opposed, please rise. Okay. The chairman declares that 2/3 has been achieved. Therefore, debate is over.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order. Go ahead.
I ask if it's your judgment that both sides have been heard from equally?
It's the body has decided to end debate, so it's irrelevant what the chair thinks at this point.
Okay, I think it's been much less than 10 minutes on the opposed side.
Again,
If I could just have 1 minute.
Sir, again, the question was called and the body voted in 2/3 in the affirmative. Therefore, we have to end debate and go into a vote.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Okay, all in favor, excuse me, I think I already said this, yes. All in favor of adopting bylaw number 6, we're going to go ahead and do a standing vote again. Please rise. And again, please hold up your votes as well. Same with the fractionals. Okay. Okay, please be seated. All those opposed, please rise. It is the opinion of the chair that the 2/3 vote has been met. Bylaw number 6 has been adopted. Got it. Okay. At this time, the chair recognizes John Fielding, the chairman of the Bylaws Committee, for the purpose of moving bylaw amendment number 9.
Bylaw amendment number 9 governs the use of proxies. And if adopted, what it will do is limit the number of votes that a single person can cast using proxies. And what it does is it sets a maximum of 3 whole votes, where a whole vote is like what I have here, where it says 1 vote. So if you're a state central committee voting member, that means that you can carry the proxies of 2 other people, each of whom have 1 vote, as I have. If you are a person who is not a voting member, you are, say, one of our non-voting members, or you are a registered Republican elector from the appropriate county or district, you can carry a maximum of 3 whole votes for people who are not going to be here. The rationale for this, in part, is frankly to encourage people to attend these meetings. In part, that is what probably one of the most fundamental duties of a bonus member, someone who's elected as a bonus member, is to attend the meetings. The people on your central committees are not electing you to give your proxy to somebody else. They're electing you because they trust your judgment, they respect you in some way, and they want you to attend the meeting, not a substitute. So this is intended to encourage people to show up. Partly it also is intended to limit the influence of one single person who can carry, a very large number of proxies. Our current bylaws have no limit on the number of proxies, so if somebody shows up with 20 valid proxies and they're allowed to vote all those proxies, I mean, that's giving an awful lot of power to one person. And so one of the purposes of this is to prevent proxies from concentrating power in the hands of a relatively few people. On behalf of the Bylaws Committee, I move the adoption of Amendment Number 9.
As the motion has been made by the chairman of the Bylaws Committee, it does not require a second. Is there any debate on a bylaw amendment number 9?
Mr. Chairman, Josh Sonnenberg, Logan County. I move the proposed amendment I sent to you, and all this amendment does is where it says 3, it strikes 3 and inserts the word 5.
Okay, do I have a second? Okay, that has been properly moved and seconded. Folks, the bylaw or the amendment to the bylaw, as Mr. Sonnenberg has already alluded, just changes the numbers from 3 to 5. So it would increase the limit from the 3 to a 5, and that's what we'll be debating on at this juncture. And that would, I believe, only requires a majority vote for adoption. Okay, we're going to be debating on that now. So are you debating on the amendment or on the underlying motion?
On the amendment.
So Mr. Sonnenberg's amendment to the bylaw or the underlying?
The overall amendment.
Okay. Well, we're debating on the amendment to the amendment right now. So for those of you who want to debate on that, please, in support, come here. If you're against, come here. And I'm going to go here. State your name and county, please.
I'm Sean Hegarty. I'm from Jefferson County. I'm a bonus member. It's more a point of clarification. Right now, counties that have no bonus members, this current rule, before it's amended, will take care of 47 of those. Those that have 3 votes that have elected individuals, it will take care of 36 of those. So a vast majority of our counties will be handled through the original amendment, not by the increase. The increase to 5 full votes only impacts 7 counties that would move for 4 votes and 7 counties for others. The key to this is to make sure that those counties that have the most difficult time getting here, whether it be from the San Luis Valley, whether it be from Rifle, it gives them the opportunity to try and make it more accessible to them. The other thing that this also does is it gives us a better and broader concentration of people speaking to these issues. So that's why I'm raising opposition to the amendment.
Okay. We'll go ahead and let you speak again, Mr. Sonnenberg. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, Josh Sonnenberg, Logan County. This amendment came up from Senate District 1. And what the discussion was is, out in Northeast Colorado, we have a lot of individuals that want to serve the county but don't enjoy coming to the state meeting. There are 2 of us from Logan County, 1 from Sedgwick, 1 from Morgan, and so everybody's filled up on proxies. And what happens is we cannot get our elected officials here as well if they cannot make it with the proxy. That is why we are moving the increase from the northeast corner. Thank you.
Okay. State your name and county, please.
Chairman Kevin McCarney, bonus member, Mesa County. Really doesn't matter if it's 3 or 5. We're 1 incident away from Mesa County getting cut off. A rock fall in Glenwood Canyon, the weather change. We're lucky right now because the weather's going to change tomorrow instead of Friday. But that limits those people from getting over here. And you're saying, well, too bad for you, is what you're saying. That's not a great way to run things. We need the maximum amount of votes, and what you're saying is we're going to limit that. It doesn't matter if it's 3 or 5.
Please state your name and county.
Todd Watkins, Vice Chairman, El Paso County. So in as much as once we accepted these positions as elected officers or delegates to this body, we gave up any hope of anonymity, but we also ponied up to accept the responsibility to attend meetings and vote. That's the sole purpose of having these positions. We had sayings in my previous life, in my career, that if you can't do the work, don't ask for the job. This is not limiting proxies, it's limiting the number of whole votes that a member could carry. And so no matter how many vice chairmen a county has, 1 person could carry the entire delegation of those elected officers, from chairman to 100 vice chairmen to a secretary. That amounts to 3 whole votes. You can carry all those. If the concern is for elected officials to not attend a meeting, I would argue that the single most important people to attend these meetings are the elected officials. House representatives, state senators have the greatest obligation to show up and do this. This encourages participation. And to the arguments that if something should happen to someone coming here and those proxies not make it, imagine if this was unlimited and you had one member carrying 10, 12, a million proxies and that person couldn't get here. You just lost all those votes.
Ma'am, please state your name and county.
Stephanie Hancock, Arapahoe County. I'm having trouble understanding why we're trying to increase this. The number should be 3. As a first person, the first time participating in this process, I knew the job was dangerous when I took it. And so, you know, stepping up and doing what it takes to be here, I think it's important for people not to be cavalier with the decisions that we're making here. We should show up. And whether you live in Mesa, Mangus, Fort Collins, it really doesn't matter. When you signed up for this job, you said you were going to come to this meeting, wherever it was. And unless something catastrophic happens, you send a proxy. I think we're not taking this thing seriously, and as a result, we're getting kicked around and we're blaming other people instead of taking the onus on ourselves. And so this whole debate, I'm totally opposed to this. And I understand, you know, that sometimes people have issues and that kind of thing, but come on, folks. We got to take this thing seriously. This as a first-time person coming here, this is incredibly frustrating. And I go to some of these meetings, and I'm the youngest person in the room, and that's frightening. Okay? So if we're trying to get young people to participate in this process, how is this doing it? Look, we're not playing the long game here, folks, and we got to think more than just about these petty squabbles that we're having. Okay? All right.
Mr. Haggerty, since you've already spoken on this, I'm going to focus on this side, okay? State your name and county, please.
Mr. Chairman, Nina Anderson, First Vice Chair out of Mesa County. In Mesa County, we have 16 votes here today. 4 board members, 8 bonus members, and 4 elected. We are a very red county. Our people do take this business seriously. We do not take it light at heart. We also know that I-70 can close at any time, be it mudslides, avalanches, crashes of ourselves or others that are in front of us, trucks jackknife, rock slides, fires, and other acts of God. I would challenge people in this room who have never been to the Western Slope that I came from Moffat County this trip, from one corner to the other. We do not take this lightly. This is on our own dime, for our gas and for our accommodations. We do not take our time lightly, as when you guys leave here, you're within hours of your home, and we are 5 and 6 hours from our beds. This is not an encouragement to attendance. This is punitive to rural Colorado, and I blatantly and adamantly oppose any limits to the number of proxies that we carry.
Leslie Parker, Delta County Vice Chair, and I heard you guys say earlier about if somebody holds proxies for 20 people, that they're solely voting for that. We're making it sound like whoever's holding a proxy might not listen to what the other person says and just vote solely how they are. If you're elected into a position and the person who you are carrying the proxy for gives you the vote, they're trusting you to come here and do that. So why are you thinking that people are not going to do that? And second off, I had to travel, along with many other people from the Western Slope, 5 hours to get here. I have to pay for a hotel, I have to pay for gas, I have to pay for food. If this meeting runs over tonight, I have to stay another night and pay another thing, and tomorrow we have an event. at 1 o'clock in Delta County that I'm running that I have to be back for. And I hear all of you people from the Front Range clapping and cheering because it doesn't take you guys long to do it. So I feel like rural Colorado, our voice, our traveling, isn't being taken into consideration. If there's a blizzard, we are putting our lives in danger coming here to vote. It's not a lack of caring. It's a lack of some people cannot. It takes an effort to get here, and I oppose this.
Okay. Just a reminder, we are on the amendment to the bylaw, which would increase the total vote threshold from 3 to 5. We are at about 15 minutes. That's 5 minutes over the normal debate time with respect to our standing rules. So I'm going to go ahead and do one more recognition over here, and then we're going to go vote. Go ahead. State your name and county.
Mr. Chairman, Keith Maines, Adams County, and I oppose making it 5. I'd rather have 3. And point of clarification, you don't have to send your proxy only with somebody who's coming here anyway. You can send it with any registered Republican that lives within your area, correct?
Well, so any proxy carrier can be a registered Republican who lives within the constituency
The
of that
constituency, yeah. So you're not saying, okay, only one person from that's elected can go and he has to carry all the proxies. That's my point. You're saying all those people who want to send a proxy, they can all send their proxy, they just can't send it all with the same person.
Okay. Debate has expired, so we're going to go ahead into voting. Again, this is a majority vote. The question is on the amendment to the bylaw to increase the number from 3 all throughout this bylaw to 5. All in favor of adopting the amendment to raise to 5, please rise. Okay, please be seated. All opposed, please rise. Okay, the chairman is in doubt, so I'm going to call up our teller committee chairwoman, Peg. So the chair will stand at ease for a brief moment, and then we'll retake this count and try to get some totals on it.
As far as I'm concerned, 3 is not a magic number. No accommodation.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back to order here. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a standing counted vote. The members of the teller committee are going to get into place, and they're going to go through the sections and count so that we get this vote correct. At this time, what we're going to do is we're going to ask for the yeses first, and then we'll go into opposition. But to make it easier on the teller committee, we're going to ask for any fractional votes to stand first so that they can get those out of the way, and then we'll ask for the whole votes to stand up after they're done with those fractional votes. So as soon as Peg Cage is in place, we will go ahead and get everyone to stand and take this vote. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I'm going to recognize Senator Baisley for an updated credentials report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, folks, I had a very slight error of 2 votes in the total last time. Things changed very slightly, and we had a couple other people show up. So here's the total numbers. Of the 416 eligible votes, there are 214.5 present and 186 proxy votes present for a total of 400.5 votes present. This represents 96.3% votes present, and another number you're going to want to know for later, 75% of the total is 312. So 312 votes necessary of the 400.5 votes for a 75% total. So, yes, I'll repeat all of that. So there are 416 votes eligible. That's the whole membership. And of those, here present are 214.5 physically present here, and 186 proxies for a total of 400.5 votes present. So that is, and congratulations to all of you, this is an amazing, unprecedented turnout of 96.3% of the votes. Amazing. Also, so if we have to vote on something that requires 3/4 of the vote, 75% of the total, that would be 75% of the total eligible of 416, and that total will be 312 votes that would be necessary for a 75% or a 3/4 total vote. So, Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the Credentials Committee, I move the adoption of this final credentials report.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I rise to challenge the count. Castilla County should not have been, the delegation should not have been seated. They were inappropriately placed in position. There is no official Castilla County party. The leadership was selected, appointed by the state party rather than elected. There was no organizational meeting to set up the Castilla County delegation, the Castilla County Republican Party. Therefore, the folks here that are supposedly representing Castilla County are inappropriately credentialed.
The chair will stand at ease briefly, 1 second.
Castilla County.
Okay. Sir, the ruling of the chair is that the Castillo delegation is duly appointed and represents the Castillo County.
You can't appoint a chairman and a vice chair to a party that doesn't even exist. There has to be an organizational party, and to the extent where they tell me that the treasurer is not even a Republican.
There is no treasurer for Castillo County. There are only 3 officers, chair, vice chair, and secretary. At this point, the chairman has ruled that they are properly seated and members of this body.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I would just like some clarification, just for future purpose. The total number necessary for future, Senator Baisley, the 312, we haven't passed meeting rules yet, so let's pretend that the meeting rules pass and everything is as written. How does that number change?
That number will change depending on if Rule 9 passes.
Okay,
and
so
we will give you an updated number based off of a few things that are happening right now.
So total membership then would be credentialed here?
As it currently stands, because the proposed rules have not been adopted, that number is correct.
Okay, that's
Right.
fine.
Okay, all in favor of adopting the updated credentials report, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, now we're going to get back to the amendment to the bylaw, the Sonnenberg Amendment, as I'll call it. It raises the threshold, or the vote total from 3 to 5. As I stated before, for anyone that has a fractional vote, please, you just want to do the thirds? Okay, anyone with a third fractional vote, if you're in favor of this, please rise. Okay, we'll go to the half votes now. You want to do thirds opposed? Peg, is that okay to do thirds opposed? That's all right. Okay, we'll do this. Did everyone who wanted to vote thirds in favor, did they already vote? Okay. Any thirds who are opposed, please rise. Yes. Yes. Third of a vote, no. Okay, I think we got it. Okay, we'll move on to the half votes who were in favor. Please rise. And stay standing. Hold your cards separate if you have multiple cards, please. Sir, do you have a half vote? You should have a blue voting card in your packet. The Credentials Committee can just check his badge, since he's the only one. Okay. All right. Now we're going to go to the half votes who are opposed. If you're half vote that's opposed, please rise. No, these are opposed.
I really can't. Afraid he missed it. If you can clarify what we're voting on again, because people are starting with that text.
Okay. Are you ready? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to clarify this one more time. We're voting on the amendment to the bylaw that raises the number on this screen from 3 to 5. Okay? Simple majority vote to pass. So we've taken care of all the fractional votes that decided they wanted to vote. Now we're going to deal with all whole votes. All in favor of adopting the Sonnenberg Amendment to raise 3 to 5, please rise. The chairwoman of the Teller Committee has asked that once you're counted, go ahead and sit. Madam Chairwoman, I believe John Fielding was voting yes. Did you get him? Okay. All right. What's that? Any other votes on this side? No votes. Okay. All right. All those opposed, please rise. Whole votes. This is opposed. And please be sure to separate your badges so that we can get an accurate count. as the teller committee. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as the teller committee is tallying up all those votes, I'm going to go ahead and recognize Hope Scheppelman. She has an announcement for everyone. And go ahead, Hope, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dave. So when you all checked in and you got your ballots, I just wanted to kind of talk a little bit about the 2 sheets that were given to you all. So we are going to be having a centennial dinner on November 4th, and we would really like to have every single county involved in this. So La Plata County ended up having their Lincoln Day dinner, and it was suggested that we actually have a live and a silent auction. With that, there are 2 sheets. The first sheet that is going to be in your guys' pamphlet is the one that is actually giving you guys the information. We have Carrie Lake that is going to be our guest speaker. Secondly, the other sheet is going to be the auction the donations. So I want to recognize Vanessa Ruggles, if she would stand up, please. So Vanessa is going to be one of the key people that are going to be taking those donations. The other person is going to be Holly Hott, and she is not here today, so she is from La Plata County. We're really looking to do more of a destination for those 64 counties. So please, if you have anything that you guys want to do, like a destination trip or a physical item, please fill that donation form out. We really want to get everybody involved. This is going to be a really exciting time. So thank you so much.
The chairman recognizes Peg Cage for the purpose of announcing the results.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, there were 177.66 no votes. There were 215.5 yes votes.
Can you repeat, Peg, can you repeat that? I'm sorry. We wanted to get the number again.
There were 177.66 no votes. There were 215.5 yes votes.
Okay, the chairman declares that the Sonnenberg Amendment to the bylaw number 9 is adopted. We have exceeded debate time on this particular amendment, so we're going to go into the immediate vote for the amendment itself, with the understanding that the total number of votes has been raised from 3 originally, now it is 5 with the passage of that amendment. All in favor of adopting amendment number 9, please rise. All in favor of adopting the amendment, please rise. Okay, please be seated. All opposed to Amendment 9 as amended, please rise. Please be seated. The amendment is adopted as it meets the 2/3 vote. The next item of business is the adoption of the standing rules. The chair would ask that Todd Watkins come up and be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 407, oh, that's the wrong, sorry. The rules have been drafted to ensure that we may conduct the important business of the Central Committee meeting in an efficient and timely manner. to ensure efficiency and complete transparency in the balloting and tallying of votes, while still preserving the rights of any minority and the ability of any voting member to have his or her voice heard with respect to the business of the Central Committee. So, Mr. Chairman, noting that the body has had the rules for 30 days, I move that the rules be adopted as written and as presented.
Okay, real quick, I got to say this part, and then I'm going to make some clarifications about some things. As the motion was moved by the chairman of the committee, it does not require a second. Is there any discussion? Hold on. I know there's going to be a lot of this, but hold on. I want to make note in Rule 25, it talks about 3 whole votes. With the adoption of amendment number 9, without objection, we're going to raise that to 5 to conform to the bylaw that was just passed. Seeing no objection, that is adopted. Rule meeting 25, it currently has a cap on the total votes to 3. Since we passed Amendment 9 with the Sonnenberg Amendment, we need to raise it to 5 to conform with that amendment. Without objection, we're going to raise that threshold from 3 to 5. No objection, so it's raised from 3 to 5. Hold on one second. I want to confer with Gregory on one question. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and continue debate, but I do want to ask that my vice chairwoman go back to the ballot packet desk, and anyone that has a total of 5 whole votes but didn't receive all of their packets because of this recent change, please go ahead and go to the ballot desk, and you will be given the additional ballot packets that you should have, assuming that you have more than 3 votes, but no more than 5. So Hope Sheppelman will go to the ballot desk, and if you have more than 3 votes, but 5 or less, please go get your additional packets, and then we will continue a debate on the rules as they have been presented and moved. So real quick, if you're in favor of the rules and their adoption, please come down. This is the support mic, so if you're supporting the rules, come down, be prepared to debate. And if you are against, please come to this mic and be prepared to make your case as to why you're against it. Since I'm not seeing any support for the rules at the moment, I'm going to go ahead and recognize what I presume to be opposition.
Mr. Chair, Co-Vice Chair for Warfield County, were we going to vote on amendment number 8?
Yeah, later in the meeting.
It's going to happen?
Yes.
Okay.
We're not doing the bylaw amendments anymore. We've moved into the rules. We just had to take care of those first 2 amendments in anticipation of these rules. So we're on the
so they'll be brought up later?
Yeah.
Okay.
Late after the opt-out vote, we'll get into that.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. So again, if you're in support, right now we're in debate for the standing or for the proposed rules. If you're in support, please come down. If you're in opposition, please come down. Go ahead, state your name and county.
Well, I originally came up here to go ahead and call the vote when no one was here. So that's calling the question.
I mean, people are. Well, hold on one second. Kevin, are you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Chairman Williams. Kevin McCarney, Bennis member, Mesa County. I'm in opposition of the rules because we did not have discussion on Rule 9 or Rule 25 at all on the proxies. You cut it off on the amendment and not the actual rule. I'm in opposition of accepting these rules.
As I said, I came up here to make a motion to call the vote to adopt the rules. No one was coming up.
Are you calling the question?
I'm calling the question.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. That has been properly moved and seconded. This requires a 2/3 vote to end debate. All in favor of ending debate, please rise. Please hold up your cards, and if you have multiple. Okay, please be seated. All opposed to ending debate, please rise. Okay, it is the opinion of, please be seated. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Debate is ended. All right, we're going to go into the immediate adoption consideration for the proposed rules. All in favor? All in favor, please rise. We're adopting the rules to conduct the meeting. So please rise. Can you please, do you have multiple ballots? Can you please, our badges, please? Okay, just want to make sure. Okay, please be seated. All opposed, please rise. Please be seated. The rules pass. The next item of business is the consideration of opting out of the 2024 open primary. The chair would like to simply put the motion on the floor, and then we can do debate. And this is the motion. The motion is that the Republican Party exercise its right under Section 1-4-702 of the Colorado Revised Statutes to opt out of the primary and nominate the Republican candidates for the offices named in CRS 1-4-702 by an assembly/convention process. Is there any debate? Again, if you're in support of the opt-out, please line up on the mic here. If you're opposed to the opt-out, please line up in the mic right over here. It does not require a second. But we can ask for a second. Does anyone want to second the opt-out? Okay, we got a second.
Mr. Chair, just a point of order.
Yes.
Are we not voting on option 1 and 2 prior to the vote on the opt-out?
We will be voting on the opt-out generally, because if it fails, then there's no need to waste the time of the committee on what method to use.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to start with support. Again, if you're support, line up over here. If you're opposed, line up over here. Please state your name and district for the record. And by the way, debate time is 26 minutes, and each individual member has 2 minutes to speak. Go ahead, Mr. DeGraff.
Good morning. Ken DeGraff, Colorado representative from House District 22. I am for the opt-out because in the hearings, it's notable that, that the advancement of candidates to the ballots was an internal party function. By taking part in the state-funded primary is where it became state business, and then that was how it was cracked open to put us in this, to chain us to this sinking ship that has been pulling us down, losing 8 candidates every election cycle, 8 seats. So if we want to extract ourselves from it, we need to go back to our self-governance, where we take care of internal party business internally. And so I am highly in favor of that. It's important to note that open primaries linked with legislation like SB 23-101 would not only open the primary to unaffiliated leftists, it would open the petition to unaffiliated leftists. It would make every single candidate choke pointed through a single socialist of state, Jenna Griswold, to either be genointed or rejected. And if they're not genointed, then you lose them. And so you have a complete purity test. So if you take the entirety of the legislation between the open primary, open petition, and the choke point, what you have is election theater that still costs hundreds of millions of dollars every single year that either comes out of our pockets or becomes corporate fealty from our legislation. So if we want to return to our values, we need to value our values. And we need to extract our dependency on corporate fealty, and we need to take control of our own processes. Vote yes.
State your name and county for the record.
Chairman Williams, Kevin McCarney, Mesa County bonus member. I'm in opposition of the opt-out. I'm not in favor of disenfranchising 900,000 Republican voters, and you shouldn't be either. You shouldn't take their rights away. That's what you're talking about. The second option here is not feasible. So we're talking about 5,000 people making the decision for the entire state of Colorado instead of 900,000. I don't disenfranchise people. I encourage people to run. I encouraged people when I was chairman of the county to run. We had the biggest contested races in Mesa County. You cannot take the vote away from the people, the Republican people who sent you here as representatives, and you're taking their vote away. That is wrong. And on another point, I am appalled at the contempt that this board has for rural Colorado. It is unbelievable.
State your name and county for the record.
Mr. Chair, Robert Nielsen, Pueblo County bonus member. I'm in favor of this opt-out. It's a one-time thing for 2024. It takes us out of the SOS camp. It takes us out of the Democrat-run state. It takes us out of the fraudulent machines that keep stealing our sovereignty. It allows the counties to do what they've already done in the past. I also am in favor of opting out because we need to do something different. We're in an airplane that's going down, and the opt-out would at least put us on a level playing field for a minute. So I would encourage everyone to vote to opt out. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. State your name for the record.
David Bradford, Chairman of Delta County, and I am very proud of what I'm going to vote on today. I'm not afraid of my vote, and my constituents know what I'm going to be saying. I'm opposed to the opt-out for quite a number of reasons. Number one, I fully support Republicans picking their own candidates. The lawsuit is what we need to be promoting. We need to have that lawsuit. This opt-out, this one election, who are we going to be voting for next year? At the state convention next year, there's going to be 5 contested races, 2 State Board of Education, 3 State Board of Regents. We're going through all this for that. Other candidates are going to be voted on at the individual assemblies. Okay? Our party supports the idea of opting out in Delta County. We do not support the methodology that you are going to pursue. All of our elected officials oppose this as well. And that's my position, and I'm proud of it. I'm not hiding where I stand, and that's where I'm at.
Okay. State your name for the record and county, sir.
Michael Hosler, Chairman of Clear Creek County. When I listen to Colorado Inside Out, you got commentators on there that jeer and sneer at us, that this party can't show up, we can't get anything done, can't make any decisions, we can get kicked around and bullied around by them. I'm a little sick and tired of that. I want to take a stand against them. I want to show them that we can make our own decisions, nominate our own representatives, and I hope you all join with me today, take a stand against our enemies on this. Thank you very much.
State your name and county for the record.
Frida Wallison, Vice Chair of Pickens County Republicans. I've been a registered Republican for 60 years, since the first time I could cast a vote. And I've also been the Pitkin County Chair, Republican Chair, and CD Republican Chair. I'm showing my age by bringing this up and this computer. What I'd like to, I am opposed to the opt-out. I've heard several definitions of insanity reading all the materials I've seen in the last few days. But the real insanity is to exclude almost 75% of the electorate in Colorado, that's Republicans and unaffiliated, from the process of helping to choose our candidates in the general election. It's a terrible idea. We are a shrinking party, and we will shrink further. We will make clear to everybody who votes that we're not interested in them. And what will we have gained? Democrats will still be able to attend our caucuses by registering as Republicans sufficiently in advance, and then change back to Democrats. Well, right, so what will we have gained? Because we will no longer be legally able to hold a primary, we will have disenfranchised most Republicans who do not attend. I implore you to, who do not attend the caucuses, I implore you to vote no on this. Thank you.
Okay. State your name and county for the record.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm Allie Lang, Mineral County Vice Chair, and I would just like to start off by saying that in the San Luis Valley, we have 6 counties, we are rural, and we are all in favor of the opt-out. We are the Republican Party. We are here today because we've been given the options. We've all made the conscious choice to align ourselves with a shared set of ideals and values that define what it means to be a Republican. By opting out of the open primary, we stand a better chance of putting forth candidates that are a true and solid representation of our platform. You may have heard of something called time drift. We're experiencing party drift, and with these unaffiliated voters that are helping us choose our candidates. Under the current regime that is called our state government, with a supermajority in the state legislature, the more time goes by, the further our laws, statutes, and executive orders veer towards the left. Short of winning the current lawsuit, this is our only recourse for lifting ourselves out of this perpetual game of settling for lukewarm Republican candidates. And our opposition currently in power know this, which is why we are currently in this thing where we have a 75% voter threshold to work against. They want to keep us down, and they want to keep our voices silent. So for my fellow voting members who are opposed, who are hung up on logistics and funding or fill in the blank, I urge you to consider the larger picture here. This is our chance. We don't have another opportunity to revisit this. It's not in the best interest of the integrity of our platform to keep playing this rigged game. Voting to opt out is just one step. We can work on the logistics. We can work together. We're a family. We're supposed to agree. Otherwise, we're looking at another election cycle where the odds are stacked against us, where Jenna Griswold gets her hands on our primary ballots, where petitioning candidates bypass our assembly process, and where ballot harvesters have a larger pool of ballots to draw from. Please vote in favor of the opt-out.
Danny Moore, Arapahoe County bonus member. Listen, I have been a Republican all my life. Growing up in the South, that wasn't an easy thing to be. I am for opt-out, but I'm against the way we're doing it today. And why is that? Part of the reason I'm against it is because it does disenfranchise voters. We're in a marketing war for voters. 2.4 million people in this state got ballots and didn't vote. They didn't vote for the Democrats, they didn't vote for the Republicans. We should be trying to win the hearts and minds of those people, not push them away. To my friends that are in this room on the other side of the issue. I respect your stand and where you're at. This is the time we need to bring more Republicans to the party, not push people away. So I urge your no vote on this amendment.
My name is Chuck Bonnywell, bonus member from Adams County. First, I have 75 signatures. Should we call the vote? I'm not calling for it, but saying to have a individual vote.
Are you saying that you would like, with those signatures, you would like to have a roll call vote?
Yes.
Okay. We will continue debate, but
Right.
Liz, if you could take the petitions.
Secondly, don't let them fool you. I raised all the money for the first lawsuit. We got the lawsuit to court, and they said, well, the chairman didn't sign on, and your Republican Party was too cowardly to vote for the opt-out. You will not win the lawsuit if you don't vote for the opt-out. Secondly, we don't disenfranchise a single person. Vote for option 2, and all 900,000 Republicans can vote. Don't let them tell you it's impossible to do. We've made sure you could do it. We've even raised the money to do it. This is your chance not to have the Democrats control you, not to have candidates that are pro-abortion or part of the Democratic machine. This is your time of courage. Please vote yes.
Go ahead, please. County and name for the record.
Electronic snafu, pardon me. Nina Anderson, Mesa County First Vice Chair. We have been told in Mesa County to not worry our country little head about the details because the state's going to take care of this. This is a big government response and anti-Republican. We've been told that we have to pass this to worry about the details later. This is a Nancy Pelosi anti-Republican response. We have been told to not worry about our elderly constituents, my mother who is 83 and for 65 years has voted red. This is an elitist and anti-Republican response. We have been told that we cannot grow our Republican Party because of the things the left is doing. I am here to say that from 2018 to 2023, the Republican Party in Mesa County has grown. I am also here to remind you that we open today with biblical reference. Mesa County being red, outside of our city council and 2 of our 5 school board, all of our elected officials are Republicans. So I'm here to say to you this morning about Proverbs 13:10, where there is strife, there is pride, but wisdom is found in those who take advice. No one has called us in Mesa County. I'm also here to say, for those of you that are worried about people getting on the primary, it is currently in Colorado revised statutes, 1-4, 502, 702, and 801, that there is no legal process by which a candidate can be placed on the primary ballot by petition. There is legal foundation of which we should battle this. I will support the lawsuit, but I will not support the opt-out in this manner presented today.
Mr. Chairman, Conrad Bostron, First Vice Chairman of Logan County. I'm going to vote, and I hope everybody else does too, for the opt-out because there's an old saying we say up in Logan County, we're letting the foxes in the hen house. And by letting these Democrats and the independents who are opposed to our best candidates into these primary voting, we're allowing them to choose weak candidates that would have a weaker chance of defeating them in the general election. Thank you.
I'm Jerry Peters, Chairman of the Los Animas County Republican Party. Los Animas County has historically been a blue county until the recent great work by the County Republican Party has been able to shift the county slightly to the red category. We believe the opt-out option will turn our county back the other way into the blue category. The reasons are twofold. First, 50% of our county voters are unaffiliated. With opt-out, these voters will only get a Democratic primary ballot. Any good Democrat would tell these voters that the Republicans don't care about their vote. Add to this that these voters will only see Democratic names. There will be some who consciously or subconsciously change their thinking to vote Democrat. With already small margins in our county, we could easily lose our red advantage. Secondly, the Republicans will get 2 ballots, which will likely have different election due dates. This just adds confusion and will likely result in less votes in the primary and likely in the general election. We also sent out all our opt-out material to the Central Committee. Reviewing all of this information independently, we had every Central Committee member, except one, advocating for a no vote from Los Animas County. So for these reasons, Los Animas County is adamantly opposed to the opt-out. Thank you.
Larry Allen, Jefferson County bonus member. I believe that we have seen and that we will see that a majority, at least a majority, of this body is not in favor of open primaries. But the opposition used a statewide initiative to overwhelm our majority by using unaffiliated votes and Democrat votes to overwhelm us in a statewide initiative to force us and handcuff us with this open primary system. We need to get these handcuffs off, okay? I ask this body to stop complying with our enslavement. Stop complying with our enslavement. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Vera Oregon, National Committee woman. I'm very much for the close primary. I have always been that way. So the way to regain that status should be at the courtroom, not in this room. Because when we do that, we are neglecting over 1 million Republicans that will not be able to vote. Also, I ask a question. What about the military? We send our kids to fight for us, to risk their life for us, but we're not going to let them vote in the state of Colorado. That is kind of painful for me to get that. I have never received an answer, satisfactory answer to that question. I encourage you to vote no. And by the way, I'm being informed that even if we vote for the opt-out today, it's not a final deal. It depends on the Secretary of State to make it final. Thank you.
Okay, real quick, I want to make an announcement. We'll go back and debate in 1 second. I was notified that if you're carrying proxies for Montrose County, if you could go to the ballot desk to receive your full complement of votes, please do so. And anyone else that may be carrying 5 or less and you don't have your full complement of voting packets, please go to the desk and Vice Chairwoman Shuppleman will take care of you. Okay, we'll resume debate. Go ahead.
Laurel Eimer, bonus member from Jefferson County. I rise in support of the opt-out as well as the lawsuit. I was one of the named candidates in the original lawsuit, and I do continue to support that endeavor. However, we do not have time to continue to fail. And the reason, being a 2-time former candidate, the reason we continue to lose at the ballot box is because we allow watered-down candidates to infiltrate our ballots. That's why Republicans don't vote. It is time to stand on integrity, principle, and the platform of the Republican Party and elect candidates who will do the same. We cannot do that with Democrats and independents infiltrating the body of our autonomy. We have the right to stand for what we believe and put that forth. The other reason to stand in support of the opt-out is, do you support ballot integrity and election integrity? And do you want the Secretary of State and a rogue group of 5 Rhino Republicans keeping a duly notified candidate off of our presidential ballot in 2024? I do not. This is part of the reason that will stop that. I'm Laurel Eimer. I am also announcing my candidacy to be your 2024 Republican National Committee woman.
Let's please keep remarks to the topic at hand.
Good afternoon. I'm Charles Heatherly. I'm a bonus member from Adams County and have been for several years. I was the principal author and sponsor at the Pueblo meeting a few years ago of the resolution to launch the lawsuit, which passed unanimously at that meeting. There is unanimous or very near unanimous support for the lawsuit in the Republican Party. I rise here today not to oppose the opt-out vote, but to clarify it. Because I was sitting over there and I got a text message from someone who is in this room, a former elected representative who was under the misimpression that the opt-out vote is a vote to return to the closed primary. That is not the case. It does not return to any primary. It's an alternative to the primary. And so I think you have to keep that in mind if you have to understand the motion and the resolution properly. I have voted probably for more Republican candidates than 95% of the people in this room. My first vote was for Barry Goldwater for president in Arizona in my first election. And I have worked in the Republican Party in 4 states and in Colorado for 20 years. I am not opposed to the opt-out per se, but I want it to be an informed choice, and it will have an impact on the lawsuit, regardless of our motivations, because you cannot argue in a lawsuit, as our complaint does, that the 75% rule is unconstitutional on its face, and one of the main reasons why it should be struck down, why Proposition 108 is unconstitutional. Therefore, I will be an abstention on this vote.
I'm Randy Corcoran, Arapahoe County. I'm also your Republican National Committee man. I'm also one of the co-counsel, along with constitutional law scholar John Eastman, lead counsel on the lawsuit to opt us out of the open primary. And so I had to read the judge's order the last time when this 80-plus-year-old Jimmy Carter appointed judge said that our party needed to be a party, and we couldn't do it the last time. The chair would not take that step. And as Chuck Bonniwell said, that we weren't courageous enough to just stand up and opt out of this process. I disagree with my friend Charles Heatherly, as the Constitution is still the Constitution. If we choose to opt out, it says we don't want to participate in this process that has been foisted upon us. But it also says, it doesn't change the fact that it's an unconstitutional process. The United States Supreme Court has said so over a decade ago in a case that Democrats brought against the state of California. We have a winning lawsuit here, but there's no reason that we need to wait on the resolution in federal court, the ultimate appeal by whoever loses the first round, and then the next appeal that will undoubtedly go before the U.S. Supreme Court again to make this decision for ourselves. It's time to stand up. I've gone from, poll watcher. I still chair the largest Tea Party group in Colorado. I'm now your national committee man, and I don't have Republicans coming up to me and saying, I just can't vote for you guys because, you're too extreme. I have Republicans, and now on a national level, coming up and saying, I just don't bother to vote because Republicans don't stand for what Republicans stand for anymore. And I believe that that's the message we can send today. Take a little bit of control here in my birth state, my precious failing state of Colorado. I urge a yes vote. God bless. Thank you.
Greg Miller, Kiowa County Vice Chair.
I have concerns in the order we're doing this vote. I'm a no on option 1, but I'm a yes on option 2, and we're being asked to vote not really knowing what we're voting for. And I would urge you to reconsider the order.
So the reason we're voting this way is because if the opt-out fails, given the threshold that it's at, then there's no need to vote on the options or the methods by which we would opt out. If it fails, it will save us, at least 26 minutes, and that's the point of doing the opt-out vote now, so that if it fails, we don't have to waste any more time on the topic.
Well, I understand that, but I think there's probably several folks here that are going to be a no that would potentially be a yes if they knew for sure it was going to be option 2.
Well, granted, I understand that, but the motion's on the floor and we're in debate now, so we'll proceed forward.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Mark McAllister, Mesa County. Folks, one of the major concerns that we as voters have had over the past 2 years is voter integrity. To maintain voter integrity, the Republican Party has to step up and say, if you want to be a Republican, become a Republican. You do that by showing leadership. We'll show leadership within our own party that we're going to protect our vote. We have to do that. For those of you that are concerned about disenfranchising the independent voter, we're not losing anything. We've already lost them. We need to earn that vote back. Look at our state capitol. We have no control. If you want our youth to come to the Republican Party, you have to make change. It is our time. Let's make the change. I'm voting yes.
My name is Daniel Fennelson. I'm from El Paso County. I was a staffer on President Trump's campaign before he was our nominee in 2016. I have personally knocked more than 250,000 doors for Republicans in 3 different states, and I'm the lead plaintiff on lawsuits against Governor Polis's 2 different anti-gun bills. I agree with President Trump's description of the caucus system in 2016. He described it as a corrupt, rigged system. Let's close the primary with the lawsuit and not go back to a controlling system that gives party elitists undue power in our state. Many in this room who supported the Never Trump movement in 2016 are now supporting the opt-out. Lastly, opting out of this primary will disenfranchise people like my wife, who is a labor and delivery nurse, who may have to miss caucus to save a baby's life. Let's support those who are actually protecting life and not opt out of the primary. We'll also be disenfranchising police officers who are keeping busy, protecting us and keeping us safe, or deployed soldiers who are overseas protecting our freedoms. Unlike some here in the room who were fired from the Trump campaign and now support the opt-out, this President Trump campaign staffer is asking you to help the president stand against corruption and stand against this opt-out. Let's focus our efforts on the lawsuit and close the primary, but I urge you to vote no on opting out. Thank you.
My name is Joe Janicki. I represent Adams County as a bonus member, and I wholeheartedly hope that the majority of people in this room have the courage to opt out. I fully embrace all of the opt-out reasons that the predecessors in this line verbalized. I'd like to speak to 2 points that seem to be ongoing points of confusion. One is disenfranchising Republican Party members. That is not the case if you vote for option 2. Every single Republican in this state, including the military and nurses and whomever, are going to have an opportunity to vote in the primary. The second point of confusion, and I repeatedly hear, is that it's to our party's benefit to allow independents to vote in our primary. It's some sort of a good marketing strategy. That is total falsehood. The statistics from the last 3 elections cycles clearly show that independents, who obviously are independent because they have no real philosophical bone in their body, vote primarily Democratic. They're voting against us in our primary. We don't need them to vote in our primary. We need to eliminate them, please. One other lingering point of confusion I've heard repeatedly is that we are disenfranchising the members of this group that's somehow become absentee. They are unable to provide either arrive in person or provide a proxy, And their vote is therefore stolen from them by our state party. That's totally wrong. The Democrats have already stolen that vote and registered it as a no vote. We're simply trying to take it back and make it a yes vote. And at the end of the day, it only represents about 1.2% of the overall voting group. Please vote to opt out.
Okay, so we've already exceeded debate time, but I'm going to allow for 2 more to go. So we'll go 1 more opposition and then 1 more support. So state your name for the record. And
okay, Stephanie Hancock, Arapahoe County bonus member. I totally support the closed primary. I do support that. But the opt-out as it is written, I have real concerns with that. You know, the problem that we're having as a person who is actively campaigning and running for office right now is an image problem. And for us, people think we're tinfoil, you know, Looney Tunes that are hardcore right. And when I'm walking and I'm knocking at doors, they care about the bread and butter issues. And for us to spend a lot of energy and time, Democrats can vote Republican, they can register Republican, vote Republican, and then flip back. There's nothing stopping them from doing that now. There's nothing stopping them doing that in the future. I don't know that this actually protects us in the way that we're envisioning, and I really have a problem with it. I think for us as Republicans, we have to work on crafting our image, bringing forth really strong candidates that can't be denied when we're going to the polls, and really spending the time and the money. Because here's the problem: me as an active campaigner right now, as a candidate, I can't get the district captains and precinct leaders to walk with me. I'm walking all by myself. So if we can't even get this together where we're a force to be reckoned with in this body, how are we going to do that on a national level? That's my problem with this whole thing.
I believe it was Commissioner Sane.
Oh, thank you very much. So I sent an email this morning explaining some of the things that you might hear today as far as excuses why we shouldn't do this today. We have the power to do this today. And it's empirical evidence that an open primary has not only shifted our party to the left, it's also shifted the Democratic Party to the left. And you can't help the weak by pulling down the strong. So therefore, if we do not close the primary, we disenfranchise every Coloradan, because it's our principles that provide freedom for people to succeed, to pursue happiness. And so as far as unaffiliates go, or anybody else for that matter, it takes 10 seconds. And in fact, if you want to opt out of the Republican Party, you can do that in 10 seconds by going to govotecolorado.com. Anybody who wants to get involved in the primaries can do so. So don't fall for that. Close the primaries.
Okay. Before we take this vote, I'm going to recognize Senator Mark Baisley for an updated credentials report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had 1 proxy added since the last report, so it's a slight change upward. So of the 416 eligible votes, there are now a total of 401.5 votes present, 401.5. And on behalf of the Credentials Committee, I move the adoption of this updated credentials report.
Okay. Considering this was moved by the chairman of the credentials report, it does not require a second. All in favor of approving the updated credentials report, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. No.
Clarification?
The ayes have it. What's your
Does
question?
that change the 75% number with that added vote?
That will change it, but because of Rule 9 and potentially how people may vote, we'll have to give you an updated number when the roll call is taken. Okay, at this time, we're going to go into a vote. We have received a petition for 75 signatures for a roll call vote. At this time, I would recognize our Secretary, Anna Ferguson, to call the roll. And so please, you are welcome to vote yes or no or even abstain. When your name is called, please go ahead and shout it out. Excuse me. On her form, it's aye, no, or present. So if you're in support, say aye. If you're opposed, say no. If you want to abstain, say present. We're going to call these names out, I believe, by county. So please go ahead and shout it out, and Secretary Ferguson will go ahead and repeat it to you to make sure that we get it right. So right now I recognize Secretary Ferguson for purposes of a roll call.
Okay, I'm going to start with Adams County. Chairman Daniel Bellefontaine. Vice Chair Craig Sullivan.
Clarification. Mr. Chairman, I'm Solomon Liston, Garfield County bonus member and also chair for JD9. With your reference to abstaining, on rule number 9, if you abstain during this vote, your vote will be logged as in favor with the majority. Correct?
Pursuant to Rule 9, because we as a party have to log it one way or the other, your abstention or your present vote is going to still be officially an abstention for yourself, but for purposes of the denominator will count with whatever the majority decides.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah. Go ahead and continue.
Okay, I'm going to call Daniel Bellefontaine again. And are you the proxy? And your name? And the vote? No. Daniel Bellefontaine, no. Vice Chair Craig Sullivan? Aye. Vice Chair Craig Sullivan, aye. Secretary Rob Schmidt? Yes. Rob Schmidt, aye. Who was the proxy for him? Heidi? Charles Bonnewell? Charles Bonnewell, aye. Charles Heatherly? Present. Charles Heatherly, present. Carl Hoops? Carl Hoops, present. Joe Janicki? Joe Janicki, aye. Keith Maines? Keith Maines, aye. Wendy McBride? Wendy McBride, aye. Greg Mills? No. Greg Mills, no. Ben Nicholas? Aye. And are you proxy for him? Ben Nicholas, aye. Heidi Pitchforth? No. Heidi Pitchforth, no. Courtney Potter? No. Courtney Potter, no. Was that a proxy? Yes. Evan? Can you let me know if you're a proxy when you're answering? Lisa Smith? Lisa Smith, aye. I got that one, thanks. Cheryl O'Dowd, we're Alamosa County now. Cheryl O'Dowd, chairman. Cheryl O'Dowd, aye. Vice Chair Denise Witherspoon. What's your name? Can you give me the last name again? I'm sorry. The last name? Goodman. Denise Witherspoon, no. Gary Goodwin? No. Gary Goodwin, no. Annette Rowland? No. Annette Rowland, no. What's your name? Okay, Annette Rowland, no. Ron Redden? No. Ron Redden, no. Jean Bao? Aye. Jean Bao, aye. Jeff Baker. No. Jeff Baker, no. Marcia Berzins. No. Marcia Berzins, no. Robin Carnes. Robin Carnes, no. Kathleen Chandler. No. Kathleen Chandler, no. Thomas Cooper. Yes. And who's the prop? Okay. Tom Cooper, yes. Robert Downey. Aye. Robert Downey, aye. Deborah Gamber. Yes, aye. Deborah Gamber, aye. Michael Hancock. Michael Hancock, no. Stephanie Hancock? No. Stephanie Hancock, no. Thomas Kim? No. Thomas Kim, no. Gabe Martinez? Aye. Gabe Martinez, aye. Patricia McKernan? Aye. Patricia McKernan, aye. Danny Moore? No. Danny Moore, no. Stephanie Pico? No. Ron Redden? Yes. Stephanie Pico, no. Rich Sokol? Suzanne Steyert. Rich Sokol, no. Mark Steller? Aye. Mark Steller, aye. Robert Tate? Aye. Mark Tate, aye. Elizabeth Temple? Aye. Elizabeth Temple, aye. Rick Walker? Aye. Rick Walker, aye. Okay. Dave Coiler? Sorry, Dave. Dave Coiler, aye. Mary Beth Schneider? Mary Beth Schneider, aye. Larry Forgay? Aye. Larry Forgay, aye. Adam Ray? Aye. Adam Ray, aye. Wendy Forgay? Aye. And your name? Wendy Forgay, aye. Pamela Coons Valdez? Aye. Deborah Martin? Pamela Coons Valdez, aye. Deborah Martin? Aye. Deborah Martin, aye. Catherine Brown? No. Gerald, what's your last name? Catherine Brown, no. Tara Menza? Aye. Tara Menza, aye. Richard Keck? No. Richard Keck, no. Mark Milliman? Mark Milliman, aye. Twyla Barrett? Aye. Twyla Barrett, aye. Kristen Barra? Aye. Kristen Barra, aye. Johnny Barrett? Aye. Twyla? Johnny Barrett, aye. David Brown? Aye. David Brown, aye. Marshall Dawson? No. Marshall Dawson, no. Matt Menza? Okay, Matt Menza, aye. Teresa Watson? Aye. Teresa Watson, aye. Ben Vager? No. Ben Vager, no. Heather Shidman? No. Heather Shidham, no. David Beacom? McAdam? David Beacom, no. David Clemens? No. David Clemens, no. Beverly McAdam? No. Beverly McAdam, no. Todd Tipton? Jennifer Barker? Gregory Martin? Gregory Martin, aye. Is it Rod? Gregory Martin, aye. Erica Kern? Joni Mitchell? Aye. Joni Mitchell, aye. Michael Hochevar? Aye. Michael Hochevar, aye. Chris Hegman? Aye. Chris Hegman, aye. Susan Adams? Susan Adams, aye. Lawrence Martin? Aye. Are you Matthew Lobato? Lawrence Martin, aye. Matthew Lobato? Matthew Lobato, aye. Luella Cowther? Luella Cowther, aye. Brandy Napier. Brandy Napier, no. Bill Andrews. Bill Andrews, aye. Samantha Para. Samantha Para, no. Matt Carter. Matt Carter, aye. Keith Benbow. Are you Matt Carter? Keith Benbow, aye. Lisa Torgler. Are you Melinda Carter? Lisa Torgler, aye. Jordan Benson. Jordan Benson, aye. Charles Steigerwalt. Charles Steigerwalt, aye. Sandra Atterbury. Sandra Atterbury, aye. David Bradford. Yeah. No. David Bradford, no. Leslie Parker. No. Leslie Parker, no. Brittany DeLeff. Brittany DeLeff, no. Roger Rowland. No. Roger Rowland, no. Carolyn Barnes. Yes. Carolyn Barnes, aye. Diane Wolta. Diane Wolta, aye. Michael Damana. Aye. Michael Damana, aye. Catherine Elliott. Aye. Catherine Elliott, aye. Stephen Brown. John Case. Aye. John Case, aye. Hugo Chavez Ray. Hugo Chavez Ray, aye. Ray Elliott. No. Ray Elliott, no. Are you? Okay. Kelly Gallagher. No. Kelly Gallagher, no. Celeste Gamache. Aye. Celeste Gamache, aye. Amy Nays. No. Amy Nays, no. Alicia Padilla. Diane. Alicia Padilla, aye. Michael Reagan III. No. Michael Reagan III, no. John Tabato. Aye. Proxy. Mark Gilson. That's not who I had as proxy. Did I make a mistake?
Go ahead and mark it, but I put an asterisk.
Okay. What was his name again?
It's Mark Chilson. I'll go check his proxy.
Okay. What was the vote, do you know? Aye. John Tabato, aye. J.P. Funk. Aye. J.P. Funk, aye. Robert Crane. Gwendolyn Funk. Aye. Gwendolyn Funk, aye. Stephen Peck. Aye. I'm sorry, what's your name? Stephen Peck, aye. Matthew Emerson. Aye. Matthew Emerson, aye. Kimberly Bear. Aye. Kimberly Bear, aye. Stephen Allen. Aye. Stephen Allen, aye. Renee Anderson. No. Renee Anderson, no. Amy Bizowski. No. Amy Bizowski, no. John Fielding. No. John Fielding, no. Ann Gill. No. Ann Gill, no. Dave Gill. No. Dave Gill, no. Lawrence Glessner. No. Lawrence Glessner, no. Art Goldberger. Aye. Art Goldberger, aye. Edward Harefield. Yes. Edward. Ted Harvey. Edward Harefield, aye. Pam Hampton. Aye. Pam Hampton, aye. Ted Harvey. Aye. Ted Harvey, aye. Bill Jack. Aye. Bill Jack, aye. Andy Jones. Andy Jones, no. Kim Ransom. Kim Ransom, aye. Rita Salcedo. Rita Salcedo, aye. Megan Silverthorne. No. Megan Silverthorne, no. Robin Webb. Robin Webb, aye. Alita Yu. Alita Yu, aye. Tony Martinez. Tony Martinez, aye. Michael Wheeler. Michael Wheeler, aye. Jacqueline Cartier. No. Jacqueline Cartier, no. Vicky Tompkins. Vicky Tompkins, aye. Todd Watkins. Todd Watkins, aye. Adriana Cuba. Adriana Cuba, aye. Evelyn Angley. Evelyn Angley, aye. Michael Angley. Michael Angley, aye. Isaac Bottoms. Isaac Bottoms, aye. Bradford Collins. Bradford Collins, aye. Frank Cotton. Frank Cotton, aye. Christy Corkamp. Christy Corkamp, aye. Troy Corkamp. Troy Corkamp, aye. Carl Dent. Carl Dent, aye. Daniel Fenlison. Daniel Fenlison, no. Maddie Fenlison. Maddie Fenlison, no. Cheryl Glasgow. Cheryl Glasgow, aye. Joshua Griffin. Joshua Griffin, no. Kathleen Horsky. Kathleen Horsky, aye. Martin Horsky. Martin Horsky, aye. Donna LaBelle. Donna LaBelle, aye. Sheila Lapora. Sheila Lapora, aye. Mason Luke. Mason Luke, no. Lindsay Moore. Lindsay Moore, aye. Amy Pendergraph. Amy Pendergraph, aye. Paul Prentice. Paul Prentice, aye. Kay Rendleman. Kay Rendleman, no. LaDonna Robertson. LaDonna Robertson, aye. Joel Sorensen. Joel Sorensen, no. Kathleen Stelick. Sorry about that. Kathleen Stellick, aye. Rex Tompkins. Aye. Rex Tompkins, aye. Amber Trusevitz. Aye. Amber Trusevitz, aye. Linda Zamora Wilson. Aye. Linda Zamora Wilson, aye. Tom Peterson. No. Tom Peterson, no. Are you Laura Carno? Dan Guthrie. Dan Guthrie, aye. Sherry Mers. Aye. Sherry Mers, aye. Bob Free. Bob Free, aye. Dwayne Mears. Aye. Dwayne Mears, aye. Rick Castor. Aye. Rick Castor, aye. Jennifer Irvine. Nay. Jennifer Irvine, nay. Mona Pasco. Aye. Rick. Okay. Mona Pasco, aye. John Hamrick. Aye. John Hamrick, aye. Beth Roman. Aye. Beth Roman, aye. Greg Rippey. Greg Rippey, no. Lisa Weimer. No. Lisa Weimer, no. Caleb Waller. No. By proxy, Lisa Weimer. Caleb Waller, no. Lori Miller. No. By proxy, Lisa Weimer. Lori Miller, no. Stephanie Davis. No. By proxy, Lisa Weimer. Stephanie Davis, no. Let's see. Carrie Cooey. Greg, your last name? Carrie Cooey, no. Solomon Liston? No. Solomon Liston, no. Marie Mornis? Marie Mornis, yay. Rick Wenzel? No. Rick Wenzel, no. Brenda Deal? I'm sorry, what's your name? Brenda Deal, yes. Mark Line. Last name? Mark Line, no. Carl Wood. Carl Wood, no. Carolyn Hewitt. Carolyn Hewitt, aye. And Gabe, are you doing? Stu Assay. Stu Assay, yay. Neil Watko. Neil Watko, aye. Christine Toole. Christine Toole, no. Diane Bruce. Diane Bruce, aye. Michael Murphy. Michael Murphy, aye. Wesley Williams. Wesley Williams, aye. John Freeberg. John Freeberg, no. Mitchell Wardle. Mitchell Wardle, no. Jim Littlefield. Cindy Jameson. Cindy Jameson, no. Faith Anderson. Faith Anderson, aye. Jamie Crockett. Jamie Crockett, aye. Sherry Cure. Faith Anderson. Sherry Cure, aye. Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi, aye. Liz Beater. Sorry about that, Nancy. Liz Beater. Liz Beater, was that aye? Oh, what's your name? Jackie Schroeder. Jackie Schroeder, aye. Larry Allen. Larry Allen, aye. Debbie Bandemere. Debbie Bandemere, aye. Laura Boggs. Fred Clifford. Fred Clifford, aye. Patty DiLorenzo. Patty DiLorenzo, aye. David DeMott. Denise Mund. David DeMott, no. Karen Fitzpatrick. Karen Fitzpatrick, aye. Tina Francone. Tina Francone, aye. Tina Griffiths. Tina Griffiths, aye. Russ Haas. Russ Haas, aye. Sean Hegarty. Sean Hegarty, aye. Laurel Eimer. Laurel Eimer, aye. Weston Eimer. Weston Eimer, aye. Timothy Leonard. Timothy Leonard, aye. James McFarland. James McFarland, aye. George Mumma. George Mumma, aye. Denise Mund. Denise Mund, no. Renee Nelson. Renee Nelson, aye. Joan Poston. Joan Poston, aye. David Rosier.
Donald Rosier.
Oh, Donald, sorry. Donald Rosier. No. Donald Rosier, no. Greg Veeder. Greg. Greg Veeder, aye. Rich Wyatt. Rich Wyatt, aye. Terry Laird. Terry Laird, no. Greg Miller. Greg Miller, no. Dawn James. Dawn James, no. Diane Holm. Diane Holm, aye. Judy Feldhausen. Aye. Judy Feldhausen, aye. Benjamin Haysart. Aye. Benjamin Haysart, aye. Shelley Shaw. Aye. Shelley Shaw, aye. Kelly Hegarty. Aye. Kelly Hegarty, aye. Vanessa Ruggles. Aye. Vanessa Ruggles, aye. Dave Peters. Aye. Dave Peters, aye. Lisa Zimmerman. Aye. Lisa Zimmerman, aye. Whitney Smith. Smythe Smith. No. Whitney Smythe Smith, no. Betty Benson. No. Betty Benson, no. Carol Glenn. No. Carol Glenn, no. Kristen Grazier. Kristen Grazier, aye. Dion Richards. Aye. Dion Richards, aye. Cammie Larson. Aye. Cammie Larson, aye. Bob Moraine. No. Bob Moraine, no. Kristen Navarro. Christian Navarro, aye. Sandra Aste. Aye. Sandra Aste, aye. Christian Cox. Aye. Christian Cox, aye. Cindy Fernapfel. Aye. Is that Mickey? Yes. Okay. Cindy Fernapfel is aye. Christy Hall. Christy Hall, aye. Kevin Lundberg. No. Kevin Lundberg, no. Mickey Nuffer. Aye. Mickey Nuffer, aye. Christopher Say. Aye. Christopher Say, aye. John Slack. Aye. John Slack, aye. Philip Stout. Aye. Philip Stout, aye. Jerry Peters. Jerry Peters, no. Jeb Crummer. No. What's your name?
Frank Zoe.
Jeb Crummer, no. Frank Zeal. No. And your proxy for him too, Frank?
No, he is.
Oh, jeez, okay. No. Frank Zeal, no. Ardith James. Ardith James, no. Russell Lengel. No. Russell Lengel, no. Mindy Dutro. No. Mindy Dutro, no. Josh Sonneberg. No. Josh Sonneberg, no. Conrad Bostron. Aye. Conrad Bostron, aye. Janie Glenn. Aye. Janie Glenn, aye. What was your name? Darwin Hayes. Aye. Darwin Hayes, aye. Alice Bumgarner. No. Alice Bumgarner, no. Nina Anderson. No. Nina Anderson, no. Teresa Porter. No. By proxy, Nina Anderson. Teresa Porter, no. Bradley Barker. Bradley Barker, no. Bonnie Beckstein. No. By proxy, Nina Anderson. Bonnie Beckstein, no. Ken Brownlee. No. By proxy, Kevin McCarty. Ken Brownlee, no. Ivan Greer. No. By proxy, Bradley Barker. Ivan Greer, no. Laureen Gutierrez. No. Laureen Gutierrez, no. Mark McAllister. Aye. Mark McAllister, aye. Kevin McCarney. No. Kevin McCarney, no. Alden Savoca. Aye. Alden Savoca, aye. Eric Grossman.
Eric.
Eric Grossman. Aye. Eric Grossman, aye. Allie Lang. Aye. Allie Lang, aye. Amy Wetherill. Amy Weatherlill, aye. Charles Grobe. Aye. Charles Grobe, aye. Leona Hemrick. Aye. Who was it?
He said aye.
No, who was the proxy?
State your name again, sir.
All right, Leona Hemrick, aye. Kathy Gush. Aye. Kathy Gush, aye. Casey McClellan. Casey McClellan, aye. Lynetta Shull. Aye. Lynetta Shull, aye. Cindy Wallace. Aye. Cindy Wallace, aye. Scott Reba. Aye. Scott Reba, aye. Charlie Oswald. Aye. Charlie Oswald, aye. Andrew Neal. Aye. Andrew Neal, aye. Tammy Jolly. Tammy Jolly, aye. John Felsing. John Felsing, aye. Lois Hogan. Tammy Jolly. Lois Hogan, aye. Dusty Johnson. Dusty Johnson, no. John Cable. John Cable, no. Linda Carlson. Linda Carlson, no. Stephanie Garbo. I'm sorry, I didn't get the name. Stephanie Garbo, yay. Trish Leone. Trish Leone, yay. Sharon Ghilarducci. Sharon Ghilarducci, aye. Lynn Neal. Lynn Neal, aye. Kevin Wilson? Aye. Kevin Wilson, aye. Larry Coulter? Aye. Larry Coulter, aye. Kathy Elmont? Aye. Kathy Elmont, aye. Amy Mitchell? Aye. Amy Mitchell, aye. Joyce Hines? Aye. Joyce Hines, aye. Aye. Lillian Whistle? Aye. Proxy, Amy Mitchell. Lillian Whistle, aye. Stephanie Evans? Aye. Stephanie Evans, aye. Steve Brown? Steve Brown, aye. Kelly Michael.
Aye. Proxy by Steve Brown.
Kelly Michael, aye. Ellie Beal. Aye. Ellie Beal, aye. John Kelly. No. John Kelly, no. Are you Frida Wallison? John Kelly, no. Frida Wallison. Frida Wallison, no. Anna Zane? No. Anna Zane, no. Thomas Dunnigan? Aye. Thomas Dunnigan, aye. Zam Zordal? Aye. Zam Zordal, aye. Gary Milcher? No. Gary Milcher, no. Michelle Gray? Michelle Gray, aye. Pam Pohl? Aye. Pam Pohl, aye. J. Angel Lewis? Aye. J. Angel Lewis, aye. Jonathan Ambler? Aye. Jonathan Ambler, aye. Sean Conti? Aye. Sean Conti, aye. Kenneth Crank? Aye. Kenneth, I'm sorry? Kevin Crank, aye. Christy Fedora? Aye. Christy Fedora, aye. Robert Nielsen? Aye. Robert Nielsen, aye. Edward Perry? Aye. Edward Perry, aye. Sam Tolley? Aye. Sam Tolley, aye. Mona Avery? Aye. Mona Avery, aye. And what's your name? Did you hear what he said?
Speak louder, sir. Steve Tolley, okay. Or Sam Tolley.
Kelly Scott? Kelly Scott, aye. Carol Riggenbach? Aye. Carol Riggenbach, aye. Larry Heersink? Aye. Larry Heersink, aye. Lorna Warren? Aye. Lorna Warren, aye. Heather DeVos? Aye. Heather DeVos, aye. Leslie Bell? Leslie Bell, aye. Tracy Lawton? Tracy Lawton, aye. Thomas Cheney? Thomas Cheney, aye. Kelly Malden? Kelly Malden, aye. Mike Cowan? Mike Cowan, aye. Winona Hanson? Winona Hanson, aye. Kyle Zimmerman? Kyle Zimmerman, aye. Kevin Baldwin? Kevin Baldwin, aye. Steve Pendleton? Steve Pendleton, aye. James Harper? James Harper, aye. Terry Lamers? Terry Lammers, aye. Julie McCallan. Julie McCallan, aye. Harley Brooke Hitching. Harley Brooke Hitching, aye. Mike Benson. Mike Benson, aye. Kaylin Cranmore. Kaylin Cranmore, aye. Tasha Harris. Tasha Harris, aye. CJ Milmo. CJ Milmo, aye. Tess Scalise. Tess Scalise, aye. Lori Cutinelli. Lori Cutinelli, aye. Carl Anderson. Carl Anderson, aye. Cassie Kimbrell. Cassie Kimbrell, aye. Tim LeBlanc. Tim LeBlanc, aye. Antoinette Harris. Antoinette Harris, aye. Rick Benish. Rick Benish, no. Gina Miller Ramey. Gina Miller Ramey, no. Giselle Jefferson. Giselle Jefferson, no. Tom Van Loan. Tom Van Loan, no. Neela Kroll. No. Nina Kroll, no. Eric Reinard. Eric Reinard, aye. Perry Buck. Perry Buck, no. Mike Freeman. Mike Freeman, no. Billy Hall. Billy Hall, no. Julie James. Julie James, no. Stephen Canton. Stephen Canton, no. Marge Klein. Marge Klein, no. Cody LeBlanc. Thank you. Cody LeBlanc, yes. Fred May. Fred May, no. Steve Moreno. Steve Moreno, no. Jerry Purcell. Jerry Purcell, yes. Lois Elaine Rice. Lois Rice, yes. Hunter Rivera. Hunter Rivera, no. Lori Sane. Lori Sane, yes. David Sislowski. David Sislowski, yes. David Schaffner. Jody Buck. Randy Corcoran. Randy Corcoran, aye. Vera Ortegon. Vera Ortegon, no. Tom Wines. Tom Wines, aye. Wendy Warner. No. Wendy Warner, no. Jeremy Goodall. Jeremy Goodall, aye. Suzanne Steyert. Suzanne Steyert, no. Greg Carlson. Present. Greg Carlson, present. Sherry Pife. Sherry Pipe, no. Lauren Boebert. Lauren Boebert, aye. Ken Buck. Ken Buck, no. Doug Lamborn. Doug Lamborn, no. Who's the proxy? Glenn Gallegos. Glenn Gallegos, no. Frank McNulty.
No. Proxy Linda Fielder.
Frank McNulty, no. Ken Montera. Frank Montera, Ken Montera, no. Mark Van Driel. Mark Van Driel, no. Stephen Varela. Stephen Varela, aye. Deborah Scheffel. Deborah Scheffel, aye. Steve Durham. Who's the proxy for Steve?
Is it Lois Landgraf? Yeah, okay, Lois Landgraf.
Rose Puglisi. Rose Puglisi, no. Scott Bottoms. Scott Bottoms, yes. Don Wilson. Don Wilson, yes. Mary Bradfield. Mary Bradfield, no. Ken DeGraff. Ken DeGraff, yes. Brandy Bradley. Brandy Bradley, aye. Anthony Hartsook. Is there anybody here for Anthony Hartsook?
Go ahead, move on.
Lisa Frizzell. Lisa Frizzell, aye. Ty Winner. Ty Winner, aye. Gabe Evans. Gabe Evans, no. Ron Weinberg. Ron Weinberg, aye. Matt Soper. Matt Soper, aye. Rick Taggart. And it's a no?
Yeah.
Rick Taggart, no. Rod Bockenfeld.
Yes, or I, Judy Feldhausen.
Rod Bockenfeld, aye. Mark Catlin. No. Mark Catlin, no. Stephanie Luck. Stephanie Luck, aye. Richard Holtoff. No. Richard Holtoff, no. Ryan Armagast. Ryan Armagast, no. Mike Lynch. Mike Lynch, no. Byron Pelton. Byron Pelton, no. Larry Liston. Larry Liston, no. Bob Gardner. What's your name? What's the proxy's name?
Okay, so
It
no,
okay.
no vote for Bob Gardner, Brenda
Okay.
Miller.
Bob Garner, no. Gardner, no. Jim Smallwood. Jim Smallwood? Lisa Frizzell?
Yeah.
Jim Smallwood, yes. Barbara Kirkmeyer? Barb Kirkmeyer, no. Kevin Van Winkle? Kevin Van Winkle, yes. Rod Pelton? Rod Pelton, yes. Mark Baisley? Mark Baisley, yes. Perry Will? Perry Will, no. Cleve Simpson? Cleve Simpson, no. Janice Rich? Janice Rich, no. Paul Lundeen? Is it Dan Wilson?
Don Wilson. Don Wilson.
Don, okay. Paul Lundeen, no. Linda Stanley? Linda Stanley, aye. Travis Sides? No. Roxy, Josh Sonneberg. Travis Sides, no. Josh Vogel? William Culver? John Kellner? John Kellner, no. Michael Rourke? Michael Rourke, no. Daniel Rubenstein? Daniel Rubenstein, no. Matt Morgeson? Michael Allen? Michael Allen, no. Seth Ryan. Jefferson Cheney. Jefferson Cheney, no. Ann Kelly. Ann Kelly. Anna Ferguson, yes. Hope Scheppelman. Aye. Hope Scheppelman, aye. Dave Williams.
Aye.
Dave Williams, aye.
Before we wrap up, the chair has been notified that we need to have Mr. Goodwin from Alamosa revote. So please call out Mr. Goodwin and his proxy from Alamosa.
Gary Goodwin. Okay, Gary Goodwin. She's a yes as well? Okay. Denise?
Additionally, I was notified that Laura Boggs from Jeffco would like to vote. So please call Laura Boggs.
And from Jeffco?
Yes.
What was the name again? I'm sorry? Oh, I don't have numbers. No, that's Jefferson stops here. Okay. Oh, Laura Boggs. Laura Boggs, no.
Okay. Is there anyone who hasn't voted that wishes to vote? Okay. The roll call is complete. What we're going to do now, we're going to tally this all up, and we're going to examine the Rule 9 to make sure we got the exact numbers. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and recess for lunch and be back here by 1:30.
Can I have your attention, please? Some of you guys ordered boxed lunches and you haven't picked them up yet. Ryan Armagas, Stephanie Garbo, Michelle Hart, Eric Reinhard, Chris Say, Lynetta Skill, and Walker. If we don't come out and get your lunch that you already paid for, we will be reselling them. Thank you. Once again, if anyone would like to buy a box lunch, we do still have some Chick-fil-A sandwiches and some Firehouse pepperoni Italian sandwiches. It is $20 for a box. Comes with a sandwich, cookie, chips, and a drink. Thank you.
Does anyone know where Sean Haggerty is? Yeah, can you get Sean Haggerty and ask him to come up? Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, folks. I just want to get your attention for a brief moment here. They mentioned food out there. There are certainly boxes of food out there. There's also hot dogs. I see some of you eating some of them. Also available at the Colorado Hispanic Republican booth that's right outside this auditorium, okay? Got a great deal over there. There's candy bars, there's snacks, there's sodas, yes, all kinds of things in there, but certainly the main item is a hot dog. Just wanted to let you know. Thank you for your time. Thanks for being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, please. This meeting will be called back to order in 10 minutes. I repeat, at 1:52 p.m., the meeting will be called back to order. So please take this time to use the restroom one last time if you need to, and please return to your seats. Once again, the meeting will reconvene in 10 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, please. This meeting will be reconvening in 5 minutes. This is your 5-minute warning. Please return to your seats and be prepared for the meeting to recommence. Thank you. Once again, 5-minute warning for the meeting to reconvene. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring this meeting back to order. So I'm going to recognize, if everyone could quiet down, please. I'm going to recognize Senator Baisley for a final credential report. We want to just make sure we got the record right, so go ahead, Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my fan base. Mr. Chairman, I have to correct the total eligible numbers by 1. So we would be at 402.5 is the total votes present, 402.5.
Okay.
And shall I move?
Yeah, move it, please.
Yeah, let me move that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the Credentials Committee, I move the adoption of the final credentials report.
Okay. Thank you for the second. The motion has been properly moved and even seconded. All in favor say aye. All opposed? Okay, the updated credentials report is passed, and the total number...
Point of order. Kay Rendelman, El Paso County. My understanding, if this is correct, it's a parliamentary question, is that the numbers announced and votes taken apply to any future votes, not past votes. And just wanted to clarify that.
The chair will confer with the parliamentarian. Please hold on one second. So the motion that Senator Baisley offered is that the roll call vote would essentially be the updated credentials report, because that was a painstakingly accurate list of who was present and who voted.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah. The ayes had it, by the way. Okay. I'm sorry. Yes, we're going to get to that. The moment of truth, although I'm sure all of you can do math. So, okay, one second. I want to make sure I read this number right. Okay. So the no votes for the opt-out, well, first off, the total votes were 402.5, and the no votes were 143.5, and the yes votes were 259 in favor. And the opt-out received a majority of 64.3%, and the no votes were 35.7%. I think we all understand that this kind of proves the point of the lawsuit. That the state has imposed upon the Republican Party an unconstitutional threshold, and the numbers certainly bear that out. After conferring with a few attorneys, it has been recommended that as a part of bolstering our case, that we actually go ahead and hold a quick vote on whether we wanted to do option 1 or option 2. We are going to take a quick standing vote on option 1, and then if that has the majority, so be it. But in order to bolster our case, we will go ahead and do that. So I'll go ahead and move the motion. The motion will be to move option 1. Do I have a second? Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
point of order. Does that not require an agenda change for us?
It's already on the agenda.
But did you not say that it was only on the agenda if it passed, Mr. Chair?
True, but after conferring with a few attorneys, this was recommended that we do this.
Mr. Chair?
We will get through this if we can simply vote.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If you would like to change the agenda, would it not be more appropriate to have a motion to change the agenda?
There is no reason to change the agenda.
Would you please, Mr. Chair, confer with your parliamentarian?
What's that?
Mr. Chair, respectfully, would you please confer with your parliamentarian?
I'm happy to confer with him.
Thank you so much.
It was on the original agenda, so we will go ahead and have the vote.
Thank you, sir.
Now, we don't really have to have robust debate over this, so we're going to go ahead and I'm going to ask for the vote. By all means.
Apologize, Mr. Chair, but point of order for your parliamentarian. I don't believe as chair you can make a motion.
What's that?
I don't believe as chairman you can move anything. So if you're going to move it, then somebody else has to move it.
That's not necessarily the case, but if we wanted to go that route, by all means, Mr. Chairman, please.
I just had a point of clarification. My understanding is that as the chair, you have the ability to move the items on the agenda around as you see fit.
Yes,
It's already on the agenda.
Yes, it's already on the agenda.
There's nothing in the agenda that required any particular action. So I think you're in the scope of what you're doing. Our parliamentarian may have a different opinion, but I doubt it.
It is a ruling of the chair that since I am a member of the Central Committee, I will move this, and that is proper. And there was a second. All in favor of option 1, please stand. Please be seated. All opposed, please stand. Option 1. You're opposed to option 1, please stand. Okay. Please be seated. Okay. I move for the adoption of option 2. Do I have a second? Okay. All in favor, please rise. All right, please be seated. All opposed to option 2, please rise. All right, please be seated. Method 2 is adopted theoretically. Okay. Okay. Now, we'll get back on track here. The chairman would like to recognize John Fielding for the purposes of bylaw amendments. And just for reference, we already adopted amendments 6 and 9, so we won't have to go over those, obviously.
Bear with me while I arrange my papers so that I know what I'm doing. All right. So we will start with Amendment 1. Amendment 1 was originally presented in August. This was the amendment to change the composition of the State Executive Committee, to expand it both in terms of the numbers of people and in terms of the people who might be eligible for it. This was referred back to the Bylaws Committee. And honestly, I tried to find out what the point of confusion was
and really did not get satisfactory answers. So I would suggest that this committee should dispose of the amendment, either adopt it or vote it down, whichever the members want to do. So what this does is it corrects a drafting issue with counties that have exactly 100,000 people. It would add 4 additional positions to the executive committee, and the committee is currently 25 people. And the amendment would also expand the participation of CRC members who are not county party officers. Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the Bylaws Committee, I move the adoption of this amendment.
As the motion has been made by the chairman of the committee, it does not require a second. Is there any debate on bylaw amendment number 1? Okay. Representative Holtorf is on his way.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Representative Richard Holtorf, Washington County. If you remember from over a month ago when we talked about this, I had some concerns about rural Colorado, our rural Colorado counties, and our representation at the state level with more executive committee members for these big counties and these big districts. I talked about the rural-urban divide. My concern about how those that live in those frontier counties out on the far end of the state, be it the western slope, eastern slope, southeast, northeast, northwest. So I have concerns and reservations. I spoke against this before. My concerns and reservations have not been abated. I don't know why we need this. 25 is a good number. If you put 5 more on, it's 30. It's an even number. I don't know how the votes go, but I know even numbers are not good when you're trying to vote on something. And then the chair might have to split it with break the tie. I'm not sure how that works. I'm not serving at that level. But my reservations have not been abated, and I want the body to consider that as we move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could respond. There are 2 points to be made. Number 1, if adopted, this amendment would expand the executive committee to 29 people, not 30. And second, I would note that the expansion is equally weighted to counties under 100,000 and counties over 100,000 or more. So in that sense, there are equal opportunities for additional representation from the smaller counties.
We'll get it on. Hold on 1 second. Why not put that back and come over here?
This one's too tall. Short. Mr. Chairman, my name is Kathleen Chandler. I'm from Arapahoe County. To the point, this article, this amendment was extremely confusing last time. I'm not sure it's much more clear. However, there are 53 counties, to my estimation, that are less than 100,000 people in them, all the way from Broomfield County all the way to Hinsdale, which has the lowest population. There are 11 that would be over 100,000. And so I think it's disproportionate in how many people are going to be picked from which counties. So I agree with Mr. Holstorf that said this is disproportionately harming, or not harming, but not representing the rural communities. So I would urge a no vote. I think part of what's happening in Colorado is this urban-rural divide is getting even worse. And we need to start recognizing that Colorado is all 4 corners. And I don't believe that this would be fair to those counties that do have a rural population. We've already made it more difficult for them to get here, to get their proxies, and now we're going to disproportionately allow larger counties to have more representation. So I would urge a no vote.
Hold on. The bylaw does not disproportionately do anything. If you actually read it, there's actually a grammatical issue in the current bylaw that we're trying to fix. This formula in practice was to put some sort of number to differentiate between the smaller counties and the larger counties, and this was not us doing it. This goes way back to other county chairs and leadership. What this does is expands the executive committee by 4, and this was requested by rural communities. If you don't want to expand it, that's fine, but this does not concentrate or centralize power to anyone, I assure you of that, because it means I would have to deal with more voting members on the executive committee. That does not help a chair, if you didn't know that. With that said, I think we can go ahead and move to the vote, and I agree with Mr. Fielding. Let's just take care of this one way or the other. So, with that, all in favor, please, of amendment number 1, please rise. This is 4. This is 4. Okay. Okay, please be seated. All opposed, please rise. Okay, please be seated. The amendment fails. Okay. The chairman recognizes John Fielding for the purpose of considering bylaw number 2.
Okay. Bylaw number 2, in my opinion, if you will allow the chairman of a committee to express an opinion, personal opinion, I think this is one of the most important amendments that we are going to consider today. The reason is that this is an attempt to respond to a statute. Back a couple of years ago, the state legislature, for whatever reason, passed a law that effectively banned nominations from the floor at our designating assemblies. That law is currently codified at CRS 14601, subsection 1.5. The law as it currently is requires a candidate seeking designation to give at least 30 days written notice to the chairman of the assembly that they want to go through. And in some cases, they have to give notice to additional people like the state chairman. This, I submit, is a trap. It's a trap for unwary candidates who may not know about this and who may be unable to comply. It is a trap for unwary district and county officials who may inadvertently wind up running an assembly that does not comply with the law. It is a reason for assemblies to fail to make an effective designation, and that this would cause the designation to go out of an assembly and into an assembly vacancy committee. All of these, I think, are highly undesirable consequences. Fortunately, the statute can be altered by its own terms, can be altered by party rules. It says unless otherwise provided by party rules. And in considering this, the Bylaws Committee concluded that it was best to have a uniform rule statewide so that all candidates, all county assembly, all assemblies would be following the same requirements. And this way we could mitigate the trap for the feature of the trap for the unwary. And that is what this amendment attempts to do. And what it does in substance is it allows nominations from the floor. It says that a candidate can seek a designation from the state assembly or from a county or district assembly without having to give any advance notice to the county or district chair. Now, there may be consequences for that if they come in at the last minute, and I think it says a period of 7 days. There may be adverse consequences to a candidate who comes in at the last minute, such as they may end up at the end of the speaking order. They may not get their names printed on the ballot. They may not be given as much time to speak. And that's at the discretion of the unit of the district or county or state that is putting on the assembly. And that's to ease the administrative burden on the people who are running the assembly. But it does allow for nominations from the floor. And I think we have to do that, or else we're going to be stuck with a situation where people will not comply because they don't know the law or because they don't know the rules, and it will be an unhappy situation all around. So on behalf of the Bylaws Committee, I move the adoption of Bylaw Amendment number 2.
A motion has been made by the chairman of the committee. It does not require a second. Is there any debate on Bylaw Amendment number 2? Yes.
Mr. Chair, Dusty Johnson from Morgan County. I move to strike the may have reduced speaking time in both instances.
Can you reduce that? Can you put that in writing and submit it to me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. While we're waiting, we'll go ahead and hear from someone else.
Vicki Tompkins, Chair, El Paso County. That last sentence may appear at the end in the speaking order. Now, anybody that ran for office, you know you want to speak last. And I don't think it's fair to have someone who decides 7 days before that they're going to run and they get to speak last. Am I reading that incorrectly?
It's May.
I know it says May, but we know what it says. You know what I'm saying. I would like that to be altered.
The chairman needs a motion, and if it's going to alter this, I need it in writing.
Okay, I will put it in writing, but I make a motion that last sentence be altered.
Okay, well, let's come back to, come on up and let me, hold on one second, we'll get through this. All right, we'll get to it. I'm sure there'll be a second. Okay, it says move to strike may have reduced speaking time in both instances. And so
if that's the case, Mr. Chairman, I would also suggest that the amendment would provide for the insertion of the word "and" between ballot and may.
Go ahead and speak into the microphone.
I would also suggest that the amendment, to be grammatical, should insert the word "and" between the words ballot and may, so that it would say in advance on the assembly ballot and may appear in the end of the speaking order, and then that would be the end of the sentence.
Point of order, that'd be a different amendment, not pertaining to wanting to strike this. Is it? Okay, never mind.
Okay, so no objection? Is there any objection to that change with the "and"? Okay, seeing none, that's what this amendment will be. Is there a second, by the way? Okay, we're debating the amendment that was brought forward.
And then I can do my amendment. Just asking.
I mean, you can make whatever motion you like. Just reduce it to writing, please.
I will. Thank you.
Okay. You might want to be quick, though, Vicki. Okay. Yes.
I understand this is David Bradford, Chairman of Delta County. I understand your intent. The concern I have is if we get a last-minute floor vote, you don't have the opportunity to actually vet that candidate. That happened at the State Assembly in 2022. We had a guy that was nominated for Attorney General and totally unqualified. So I'm a little concerned that this opens the door for that kind of thing.
I'll go ahead and defer to our chairman, but I believe the purpose of the amendment was to stop that behavior. but go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
You want me to address?
Yeah,
Well,
if you wish.
I would point out that we've been accepting nominations from the floor for a very long time. It's been a standard practice until the legislature changed this, I believe, in 2021. Yes, those problems have occurred, but they have been quite exceptional. So, to some extent, this is a restoration of a rule that we have had for quite some time. And I would point out that in the rare case where that is, that's exactly what an assembly vacancy committee is designed to deal with.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
And I'm short too, but Tina Griffiths, Jefferson County. I'm kind of in opposition to this based on the wording. I do not believe we at the state level have the authority, nor should we, to do more than have a bylaw that simply says that the districts and counties are able to put this in their bylaws. State law requires that districts do their bylaws to represent their districts. We don't, so unless we strike out a whole lot of that and make it very simple and more advisory in our bylaws, I would have to oppose.
Mr. Chairman, if I could respond.
Go ahead, Mr. Fielding.
There are a couple of different points.
That is correct.
There are a couple of different points. First, there is a provision in state bylaws that requires county and district bylaws to be consistent with the state bylaws. So in terms of raw power, yes, we can do this. The reason we did not do what you were suggesting is because of the concern that this would create a patchwork of different rules. The different counties would have different rules. Some of them might have no rules at all. And then you would be back to the statute, and that this would create the same problems that we have with the statute in terms of being traps for unwary candidates and traps for unwary county and district officials.
Okay, we're going to get back to the amendment that has been proposed. So is there any discussion further on the amendment that has been offered? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Dusty Johnson, Morgan County, speaking to the amendment of the amendment to strike the limitation of speaking. This allows for fairness for all candidates to be able to present who they are to the people voting. By allowing them to all have the same amount of time, we're letting all of the voters have the same amount of time to decide who they want to vote on. It's a fairness principle. Thank you.
Okay.
Kay Rendelman, El Paso County. I rise in opposition to the amendment. I support this amendment to the bylaw as it stands without the correction because, one, it says may, which means each county, each assembly can adopt their own rules regarding this. Two, if they should get nominated right from the floor, then oftentimes, as Chairwoman Tompkins mentioned, they get to speak last. They end up speaking last, which is actually a favorable thing. So you want to kind of discourage people from putting their name in at the very last second. So by saying we can limit your time or cut your time and not as much time as kind of a penalty for waiting till the last second. I think that's an option that each assembly should have the right to do in their own rules. And so that's why I rise in opposition to the amendment to the amendment.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Representative Holtorf, Washington County. This amendment to the amendment allows for everybody to be treated the same. And oh, by the way, in our representative form of government, the more dynamic a process you have, if people want to come from the floor and run for a job, God bless them. There's not enough people doing this mess. So absolutely not. And who cares if they speak last, folks? We're smart enough people to know who the good one is and who the not so good one is. And if the one ain't worth a tinker's damn, then send him to the house. So, vote for the amendment. Support this great idea that is part of our process. Don't box people out. Thank you, and it'll be the last time I speak on this issue.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, we're going to vote on the amendment to the amendment, and this only requires a majority vote. All in favor, please rise.
Could you restate the amendment?
Could you restate it? Point of clarification.
Please sit down. We've asked for a restating. Let me get the document. Okay, the amendment that was offered was move to strike may have reduced speaking time in both instances and insert the word and to make it grammatically correct. That's what we're voting on. All in favor, please rise. Okay, please be seated. All opposed, please rise. Okay, please be seated. The amendment to the amendment passes. Vicki Tompkins, you're up.
Well, I wrote it down, so I don't remember what I wrote. But anyway.
One second, Ms. Tompkins. So to be consistent and appropriate, this is what our team has worked on.
Okay.
And you tell us if it's okay. But basically, strike may appear at the end of the speaking order and insert in both places, shall speak first in the speaking order. Is that your amendment?
That is it. Thank you very much. That's my amendment. That's my motion.
Do I have a second? Okay. Discussion. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none. All in favor of adopting this amendment to the amendment, please rise. Okay, please be seated. All opposed, please rise. Okay, please be seated. That amendment fails. Okay, now we're back to the amended bylaw.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
The second amendment, this one was for what? Reduce speaking time further up?
In both instances, so.
So the first one still stands, and the one at the end is gone. It's gone. Okay. All right.
Sorry, we got it clarified. All right. All in favor of adopting the amended bylaw, Amendment 2, please rise. Okay, please be seated. All opposed, please rise. Okay, please be seated. The Amendment 2, as amended, passes. Chair recognizes Bylaws Committee Chair John Fielding for the fourth amendment. Or, excuse me, third amendment.
Amendment number 3 is intended to deal with a glitch in parliamentary procedure. Those of us who have been to state central committee meetings have had to endure where certain people have insisted that the chairman read the rules in their entirety before the start of the meeting, before we can adopt them. The chairman has to go through rule after rule after rule after rule. And apparently, I've been advised by the parliamentarian that Robert's rules makes this an individual right of each member, and that the only way to regulate this phenomenon is to have a bylaw amendment. So this attempts to balance two things. One is that this amendment assumes that all of us can read and that we can read the rules for ourselves. It also assumes that our time is valuable and that the time of this body is not well spent by having the chairman read the rules at the insistence of an individual member. But on the other hand, it also attempts to incorporate some instances where a reading of the rules or a part of the rules may be necessary in order to have, in order that the members of this committee may be fully informed. As, for example, if there should be a last-minute change in the rules, or if there, for example, the rules were not transmitted in a timely manner. And of course, this amendment preserves the right of a majority of this committee to insist on having any part of the rules, or indeed all of the rules, read to them if a majority of the committee wants to do that. So what it does is it takes it out of the power, or restricts the power of an individual member to insist on rules being read, while still respecting the power of the majority, that if there is a reason for the rules being read, or if a majority of the committee wants that, the rules shall be read and the will of the body shall be honored. Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the Bylaws Committee, I move the adoption of Amendment 3.
Okay, the amendment has been properly moved by our chairman. It does not require a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go into a vote. All in favor of adopting Amendment 3, please rise. Okay, please be seated. All opposed, please rise. There's always one. Please be seated. Amendment 3 is adopted. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're actually going to skip Amendment 4 for the time being because I have a feeling that's going to be a robust debate. We're going to go to Amendment number 5 because that's actually an urgent matter concerning the RNC, and I'll explain why as soon as I get to my get to it in my script. What? Okay. Okay. So the chairman recognizes the chairman of the Bylaws Committee for the purpose of a motion to adopt the 5th bylaw amendment and a brief discussion of the rationale of bylaw amendment number 5. Before he does that, however, I would like to make an announcement that we received a request from the Republican National Committee on this section. The request only changes one word in Article 8, Section A. It changes the word shall to may. So this amendment will include that change as well. The chair recognizes the chairman of the Bylaws Committee to fully explain the proposed change.
And I would note that to some extent the reason we're changing the language of the bylaws in this is so that we have a consistent guide for future party officers in terms of actually doing what the RNC wants. I think this is covered by language that we adopted at our August meeting, which essentially says that if any part of Section A of Article 13 conflicts with the rules of the Republican National Committee, then the rules of the RNC will prevail to the extent of the inconsistency. And the reason for this is obvious. We don't want to be electing delegates who are going to face a credentials challenge when they get to the convention. So essentially that is what this is designed to do. This is designed to comply with, to the great extent that we can, with RNC rules, and to implement the mandate that this committee had at its August meeting when it eliminated unpledged delegates and made other changes to the nomination process. So on behalf, Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the Bylaws Committee, I move the adoption of Amendment number 5.
That motion has been properly made by the chairman of the Bylaws Committee.
Does not require a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote then. All in favor, please rise. Okay, please be seated. All opposed, please rise. We got one. All right, please be seated. Amendment 5 is adopted. Okay, now we'll go into Amendment 4, which the chairman recognizes John Fielding for the adoption of Amendment 4.
Amendment 4 is also an important amendment, and is, I would think may well be controversial, because this amendment will if adopted, will make changes to our policy of pre-primary neutrality. In particular, it will tie pre-primary neutrality much more closely to the caucus and assembly process. And it will make clear to candidates that if they choose to be designated by petition, that they may not get the same kind of support from the party. And when we say the party, this also includes at least the possibility of district and county parties adopting similar bylaws, that they may not get the support, same support as people who are going through the caucus and assembly process. And really what it comes down to is how much does this body believe in the caucus and assembly process? It seems, if you will permit your committee chairman a personal opinion, it seems to me that if we are going to have this process, we ought to be encouraging candidates to go through it and to submit themselves to the collective judgment of the delegates. And that necessarily means that we are not necessarily required to afford the same consideration to candidates who bypass that process and who get on by petition. Another thing that this amendment does is that it clarifies just what constitutes support and opposition by members of state party leadership. That essentially support or opposition would have to be tied in some way to that person's official position in the Colorado Republican Party. So on behalf of the Bylaws Committee, Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of amendment number 4.
The motion is properly made by the chairman of the Bylaws Committee. Does not require a second. Is there any discussion? We got one. I figured that'd be it. It's okay. Well, you can save your breath. It's all right. Name and county for the record, please.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Kathleen Chandler. I'm with Arapahoe County. I am strongly opposed to this because it takes the state party of its neutral position for primaries. It does not allow people that may have had opposition within their local party to get onto the ballot by petitioning on and receiving support that's due to them at that time. This is wrong for the party to not be neutral until after the primary. I would strongly urge a no vote. I can give you examples, if you would like, of people that actually are serving in office today because they have gone through the petition process. Had they gone through the assembly, they would not be serving today. And so I would vote that we say that they should not go through that, that the party should not be the arbitrator of who is the person that ends up on the ballot. That's up to the voters. And that support should come from them from the party. So I would urge a very strong no vote on this amendment.
Mr. Chairman, if I could briefly respond.
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
The first point is that there is nothing in this amendment that prohibits any candidate from seeking to be designated by petition.
Understand.
Well, yes, but I want to make sure that the rest of the committee does too. Whether a candidate goes through an assembly or goes for designation by petition is up to that candidate and only up to that candidate. The question, however, is what is the duty of, if any, of the party with respect to candidates that do not go through our prescribed process. That doesn't mean that they don't get on the ballot, but it does mean that that if this amendment were to pass, they may not be treated equally. And of course, that's up to the judgment of this committee, but I would submit again, given the increasing trend toward candidates being designated by petition, if we believe in the caucus process, I would respectfully suggest that we need to defend it and to encourage candidates to go through it. And I would respectfully submit that we do not do that by saying, oh, well, it doesn't matter if you petition or you go through the assembly, you get the same support either way.
But respectfully, sir, it also says that...
I'm sorry, Kathleen. I'm sorry. There's plenty of opposition. I got to move this along. Go ahead, sir.
Larry Forgy, Baca County. So when do we act like Republicans? We've already handed state control over by refusing to opt out. There's a reason we're Republicans. There's a platform, and those who petition on bypass the platform. Either we're Republicans or we're not, right?
Mr. Chairman, Nina Anderson, Mesa County. I'm an HR person by degree and training. Many times as an HR person over my career, I have seen the lowest common denominator fall onto supervision, in that the only one who was dumb enough to not sit down was the one who got promoted. I fear that by having a cold shoulder, if you will, to someone who may simultaneously be petitioning on while they are also campaigning does not allow us as Republicans to have the greatest representation in the seats of which we put them forth. Especially this comes true when there's multiple counties that they are trying to be elected for. So I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
Keith Maines, Adams County, in favor of the amendment. The point of it is basically people like Joe O'Day who are going to come in as Democrats and petition themselves on, and now they can act like that they get, they have a right for the party to support them and to do all the stuff for them, and they bypass the party. So that's in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sherry Pife, Chairman, Congressional District 8. My job as Chairman of Congressional District 8 is to make sure that I can provide, along with the rest of my executive board, a process for the Assembly to get candidates on the ballot for primary in a fair and equal manner. For us to be able to now take the leadership of that board and be able to endorse and/or help work and/or help supply money, we are falling into a situation where Sherry Pife as chair may endorse one person, and Carl Hoops as vice chair may endorse another person, and Ben Nicholas as representative to CD8 may endorse another person. We are confusing our voters even more. We already have a situation where we have a low information threshold for many of the voters in the state of Colorado. And I don't think it's fair that we put our leadership in a position where we are now going to be fighting amongst ourselves as we determine who's right, who's wrong, and who's not. We have got to find a way to bring this party back together, and allowing our state leadership to endorse a candidate during a primary is wrong. I rise in strict opposition to this.
Mr. Chairman, Westheimer from Jefferson County, bonus member. I rise with two hats on at this time. I am a member of your team at the Colorado GOP. We have attended several RNC meetings where I've had the honor and privilege to sit in on other staff meetings where it has been discussed with similar bylaw amendments in other states. Perfect example, the state of Florida. They have a system like this in place already where their candidates who go through an assembly or a convention process are endorsed by the state party on the ballot. Meaning if they went around the assembly, they weren't supported by the party. But if they did go through the assembly process, the party endorses and supports them. So this exact issue is already policy in several other state parties around the country. I rise in full support of this amendment. I encourage you to join the ranks of other GOP parties in other states around the country and vote yes on Amendment 4. Thank you.
Kay Rendelman, El Paso County. I rise in opposition. Sometimes candidates choose, even though they support the caucus and assembly, choose to petition on because there are questions on the integrity of the process of the caucus and assembly being run. And I will tell you that in one county, a chairman was found by a judge to have illegally added names on the assembly list of voting delegates. And a House District Assembly had to be rerun because of that. If we pass this, you are kind of tying the hands of people and empowering a issue when sometimes there are questions of integrity. And so I urge you to vote no.
Mr. Chairman, if I could briefly respond. Ms. Rendelman, or excuse me, the member from El Paso, I would respectfully disagree that this ties the hands of anyone. What it does is it opens up options, whether county or district parties take this option to loosen their rules is entirely up to them. This does not require any of them to do anything. It merely addresses what state parties' position is on the question of caucus versus assembly.
Jeremy Goodall, Chair of CD5. I rise in support of this amendment. I think the word here is accountability. If you're not accountable to the assemblies and the people that are putting their time and effort to come into this process, why are you deserving of their efforts and support?
Daniel Finnelson, El Paso County. I'm a former Trump staffer, as I mentioned earlier, and having been on the ground trying to get votes for Donald Trump before he went through and got the nomination, having to be able to pull the card saying the party needs to be neutral, give us the access to the data, give us the access to the apps that we need to win was vital for us to be able to put pressure on the Clinton campaign. And so if we have a party leadership that doesn't like a certain candidate, like they didn't like Donald Trump in 2016, then what we're going to see is that those resources will be kept away from the right candidates that we need to push our nation back in the right direction. So if you want an honest party, a neutral party, then vote no on this. But the party should be neutral, and if you can't be neutral in a primary and you're running for chair or vice chair or secretary, you should not be running. Those positions should be neutral so everyone has equal access. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could respond briefly to Mr. Fenless.
Mr. Fielding, we're gonna go ahead and let Joan go.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine, I'll pass.
Go ahead.
Hi, Joan Poston from Jefferson County. And I am in support of this mostly because I have run into the political consultant class in Colorado. And I feel that when you do the petitioning, that you oftentimes have people that know the ropes. And there are other people, like there was in Carson, in CD7, that get pushed out, mostly by the Secretary of State. I don't want to see us to continue to have other people playing in our elections. I am a Republican. I will vote Republican, and I will support people who go through the assemblies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tina Francone, bonus member from Jefferson County. 2 points, please. Who doesn't think that giving money to a candidate connotes support of that candidate? I don't know how you say that it doesn't by this bylaw. It does. If you give money to a candidate, you're endorsing them, you're supporting them, or you're opposing, or if you give it to their opposition, it's opposition as well. And secondly, the petition process is still legal as far as I know, and there are legitimate reasons for candidates to petition on, most notably when there's a large field of candidates. And I'll just mention Justin Everett, who decided to go to the petition process and won. I think our voters are smart enough and savvy enough to look at the candidates and consider them all. And if in your heart of hearts you think somebody who's gone through the petition process is not a Republican enough for you, then don't vote for them, and they'll lose. So I trust all of you to make that decision. I think the state party endorsing candidates in the primary phase is not right, and I strongly oppose this.
Mr. Chair, Laurel Eimer, Jefferson County. I am the elephant in the room as always. I have a kind of a point of clarification. What happens when you have a candidate who does both and goes through assembly process and petition on? What happens in that moment? Because that has happened in numerous races, specifically in my own.
Right, so the bylaw only contemplates candidates who solely go through the petition process. So the pre-primary neutrality would still be in effect for any candidate that goes through the assembly process. Go ahead.
Mark Baisley, Senate District 4. That was exactly the question that I was going to ask, so thank you for the clarification.
Great. Go ahead.
Vicki Tompkins, Chairwoman for El Paso County. I am rising in support of this amendment, and here's my reason. As many of you may or may not know, I have encountered candidates who totally oppose the El Paso County GOP office, but yet they expect me to give them money. Okay, not gonna happen. Candidates who oppose their county refuse to go through the assembly process and not talk to the people and then expect support, please. That's not right. That's not even ethical. I'll go that far to say that. And that is why I am so impressed with this amendment, because finally we can give people, demand candidates to have some accountability and stop skirting the very people who would get out there and walk for them and work for them. So yes, I'm in favor of this amendment.
Dr. Whitney Snysmith, I am the chair of Lake County's Republican Party, and I am strongly opposed to this amendment solely for the reason that in my own county I have witnessed both Democrat and Republican candidates purposely be kept off of the caucus or held up in the caucus and assembly processes by the party in order to run and field what the local central committee felt was their candidate. And so in order for strong candidates to be able to present sometimes in local elections, their only option is to petition on. And so for all fairness, I would like both petition candidates and assembly candidates to be treated fairly with the electorate.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Todd Watkins, I'm Vicky's vice chairman. So as a party, I would think that the most important thing that we could do is to support candidates who reflect the platform that is the identity of the party, and that's actually the best selling point of this party. But just as a point of information, I'd like to point out, I cannot speak for the other counties out here, but those members from my county in opposition are actively engaged in making money off of the petition process and petition candidates. So I think there's probably a reason for they're wanting to keep that.
My name is Carl Anderson. I'm chairman of Teller County. I am also a candidate from CD7 that had rampant fraud committed on his petition. There are now 6 warrants out for arrest for people who committed that fraud from the Attorney General's office. One thing I despise about this amendment is that you're saying people that sign petitions legitimately, their votes don't count to put you on the ballot. That's a problem, people. That's why there's only a limited number of people in this room, because we alienate other voters. Republican voters are Republican voters. If they want to sign a petition to put somebody on the ballot, that is their right, and it should continue to be their right after today.
Well then, one of the things, I'm Michelle Gray, chair of the Republican Party. I need to make, I need a point of clarification, but before that point of clarification, there's a lot of people in my county who are disenfranchised Republicans because people petition onto the ballot. And people that step up and do the right thing seem to be penalized within the Republican Party, and that's a problem. And they're not penalized by Democrats or unaffiliated, we're penalized by each other, and that's a problem too. But my point of clarification, so if somebody goes through the caucus process and petitions on, but they fail in the caucus, but petition on successfully, what does the amendment say?
I want to make sure I get this right, but my reading of it is that since they attempted to go through the assembly,
and we said no,
you could not do this as a party officer. The bylaw's chief aim is to allow for support from officers to a candidate that goes to the assembly, but as opposed to another candidate that solely petitions on. And I could be wrong, I don't think I am, but I'll defer to Mr. Fielding for clarification.
I would point out that the amendment says that in order to count in effect as a assembly process candidate, all a candidate has to have done is to participate in the applicable assembly. So if they have participated, and that means that they hold themselves out before the delegates in that assembly, I would say that under this language they qualify as an assembly candidate, even if they have petitions in reserve.
So they go through the process, they get voted down, we don't want them, but they can petition on, and we have to support them.
Well, you would.
Am I reading that right?
You would be neutral in that instance.
I would be neutral in that sense.
Right, because they did submit themselves to the assembly in some way.
Okay, but so we said no at the assembly, but we say yes with the petition. And then we have to be neutral. We can't go around saying, well, you know what, we didn't do it at caucus.
Well, I think there was a desire on the part of the bylaws committee to try and strike somewhat of a balance, because there are folks that have gone through both the assembly and the petition process, Heidi Ganal being one of them, I believe, where she did petition and went through the assembly. She managed to get 30%, so it was moot, but nevertheless, she did submit herself to the will of that assembly, and I think this was an attempt to honor those candidates who do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Kevin McCarney, Mesa County. I served as chair for 4 years. The hardest job of a chair is to be neutral, without a doubt. If you can't do that job, don't run to be chairman. I'm sorry. You have got to remain neutral. The unfair, and I had a guy petition on during the COVID thing that wanted to sue me if I didn't have an assembly. Because we were at that point where we were trying to decide how we were going to do the assembly. And if I didn't have the assembly, he was going to sue me because we didn't have an assembly. Now, he petitioned on, he lost, doesn't matter. Chairs have to be neutral. Boards have to be neutral. If you've got 6 candidates running for an office and all of a sudden you throw your support behind one, how is that fair to the other 5 people running for office? We're going to have 3 people in CD3 right now running for the Republican nomination. How fair is it if someone goes, okay, we're going to just support Lauren, or we're just going to support this guy, or we're just going to... You have to be neutral. If you can't, resign and let someone else do the job the right way.
Okay, we have a 2-minute warning on debate time, so go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in favor of this. This is an effort to restore some of the authority and power to our parties. We've been under attack by other people, other groups. This helps restore what we are and what we need to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ted Harvey, Douglas County. This is the reason why the party exists, is to put together the caucus and the assembly process. If we aren't going to incentivize candidates to come through the process, we might as well just do away with the process. Having said that, this amendment essentially is what we already have in Douglas County. In Douglas County, if you have one candidate that comes through out of the assembly and one candidate that petitions on, the county must be unbiased in that race and support the candidate that came through the assembly process. We have it in Douglas County, and it works just fine. And with regards to somebody that petitions on, if they come through the assembly and they don't make it and they petition on in Douglas County, we treat them just as fairly as everybody else if they came through the process, even if they didn't get the 30% threshold. So this isn't a new idea, but it certainly does encourage the process that you are here for. If we don't have this, then you guys should all go home because we're irrelevant.
Well, the time for debate has expired as it hits 3 o'clock. So we are going to go into the adoption of it now, or the consideration of it. All in favor of adopting Amendment 4, please rise. Okay, please sit. All opposed, please rise. Okay, please be seated. It's the opinion of the chair that bylaw amendment number 4 passes.
I have a request for roll call.
It's too late. It's already been called. We are going to forego Amendment 8. We have a hard deadline by 4, so we're going to go ahead and move in to the national delegate plan right now. So thank you, Mr. Fielding. That will be all.
Okay, so amendments 8 and 9, then I guess.
We already did.
Oh, well, 9 passed, so it's just 8. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, yes. So ladies and gentlemen, we are up against a hard deadline for the National Delegate Plan. This needs to be approved by October 1st. That's tomorrow if you haven't checked your calendar. Just so you know, we have submitted the draft well in advance to the RNC, and they've looked through it, and the only sort of hiccup that they wanted to address was in Amendment 5, which we already addressed. We have to adopt a plan by October 1st and have it submitted by October 1st. Otherwise, we're going to be in a world of hurt. And if you don't believe me, you can ask Randy Corcoran and even Vera Ortegon about how much world of hurt we will be in. We don't want to jeopardize our delegate allocation. We are currently slotted for 37 delegates to represent Colorado in Milwaukee for the 2024 convention. The National Delegate Plan was submitted, I believe, 30 days ago, and I even updated it in light of the Trump ballot access lawsuit that a left-wing organization had brought forward. Within that update, we are providing notice to the RNC that should, for whatever reason, the lawsuit against Donald Trump is successful in blocking his ballot access, that we will have a contingency plan, or that we will request that the RNC approve our contingency plan where we will award our delegates through a caucus and assembly process. We felt that it was highly unfair for our party to be subjected to a presidential primary that would deliberately exclude the former president. And so it's just a notice, it's not a guarantee. It's not a guarantee because we don't know what the outcome of the lawsuit is, but we at least wanted to bake it into our plan so that we would have options. Right now, the National Delegate Plan allows for us to award our delegates through the Super Tuesday presidential primary on a proportional basis. So whichever candidate receives 20%, that's the minimum threshold for us to award delegates, they will be awarded delegates in a proportional way. That is the plan in a nutshell, and again, I must stress this, I have to submit it by tomorrow, so I would ask that you would please adopt it. I don't believe we need a motion, do we? I'll put the motion on the floor is the adoption of the National Delegate Plan that was submitted to you. Is there any discussion? There doesn't appear to be any discussion. Okay. Oh, I think we might have one. You don't need to? Okay, all right, sorry. Just wanted to make sure. All right, seeing no discussion, all in favor of approving the National Delegate Plan, please rise. Okay, please be seated. Just for good measure, all opposed, please rise. Okay, please be seated. The motion passes and we can have 37 delegates. Okay, now we will go into the State and Congressional Assembly delegate allocation formula. Please put it on the screen. This was submitted to you, I believe, 2 weeks prior to this meeting, and the delegate formula that we have contemplates that, and by the way, this is based on the results of the 2022 gubernatorial race with Heidi Gnahl and Danny Moore. And what it would do, there's two options. Option one would say that every county has a base of 3 delegates. And they would get 1 delegate for every 300 votes that Heidi Gnahl and the ticket received in that race. Option two is that the same, but instead of 300, it's 350 votes. Now, the effect of it is that you will get less delegates with the 350 votes as opposed to the 300 votes. And those delegate breakdowns were emailed to all of you in advance, just so you know. So, I'm going to go ahead and open it up to discussion, but I'll say the motion on the floor is the adoption of the delegate allocation formula. Well, excuse me, pardon me, we got to pick one. I'll tell you what, I'll just ask for a motion. What formula does anyone like the best? And we'll go from there. Hey, okay, we'll go ahead. That will be the motion then. Who wants the honor of doing that motion? Okay, got it. All right, motion on the floor is for formula, or option A, formula 3 delegates plus 1 for every 300 votes. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, John Fielding, Douglas County. I don't necessarily rise in opposition to this, but I do have a warning for this committee. Historically, we have always adopted the delegate allocation plan that awards the most delegates to the individual counties. This does not always go well because often I think we get more people as delegates than we really have the infrastructure to handle. Depending on the allocation formula, you may have a large county like El Paso that has over 1,000 delegates and alternates. And that's a hell of a burden for a county chairman. You may get Arapahoe or Jefferson who have over 900. And this has shown up in the past in credentialing snarls in delays in voting and distribution of ballots. I would just caution in our enthusiasm to have mass participation, let's not get more delegates than we are capable of handling. Thank you.
Just for clarification, if option A is adopted, the statewide total number of delegates would be 3,502, and then for option B, it's going to be roughly 3,000, or excuse me, 3,000, so about 500 less.
Mr. Chairman, Westenheimer, Jefferson County. As a member of the Republican National Committee's Youth Advisory Council, I'd like to encourage a vote for option A. The Republican National Committee is committed to engaging the youth and getting the youth involved in the delegate process and the convention process going into 2024. We talked about this on our meeting in DC, at our meeting in DC a couple weeks ago. And so I would heavily encourage a vote in favor of option A, because as a first time, well, this will be my second time being a delegate, but as a second time voter in a general election, I want to be involved as much as I can. Several people I know feel the exact same way. Even some of our team here, their interns, feel the same way, I believe. So I would highly encourage a vote for option A. The more inclusion we have, the better. I understand the strain on some counties and some parties, but the more inclusion, the more activism we have in our party, the better. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion on the floor is option A. All in favor of adopting option A, please rise. Please be seated. All opposed, please rise. Why not? Go ahead. Go ahead and be seated. Option A is adopted. Okay, we'll try to get through this pretty quickly so we can get to the Adams County controversy here. The State Assembly, the chairman and our leadership team want some guidance from this body on whether or not we should include paper ballots for our state assemblies. This is a point of debate, and we wanted to address it in front of this body and get your input and guidance. So the motion on the floor is whether or not the State Assembly should include paper ballots so that those delegates may vote through paper ballots. Is there any discussion? To be. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Linda Zamora Wilson, El Paso. I would like to be able to audit the election. That is huge. We were not able to do that at the State Assembly. I think that is, I really don't think there's anything else to say. We need to audit.
Mike Benson, Sedgwick County Chair. It's my first time at a microphone with the exception of offering the blessing a couple of years ago at the convention. Anyway, we all do things on our cell phones every day. I venture to say everybody in this room does their entire banking on their cell phone. We can figure out how to vote. I'm not saying we have to do it on our cell phones or our iPads. We can figure out how to do it electronically. We could cut 2 hours out of our day by voting electronically. Please.
Amy Mitchell, Park County Chair. If it's in writing, it's real. If it's in writing, it can be audited. And I believe that paper ballots are trustworthy. The last State Assembly, those little clicker things, it was, the level of confidence was very low on the ability of those working well. So I would say if it's writing, it's real. Let's go with paper ballots. Old school is always a really good way to go. Thank you.
Eric Reinert, Weld County. Paper ballots are nice, but they're time consuming and they're more error prone than electronic. For the opt-out process, we were promised electronic voting in option 2 that would be auditable. I proposed that whatever that method was would be used for the assembly so that we can have electronic ballots that are auditable.
Before I recognize you, Senator Baisley, I want to implore everyone of the hard stop here. But Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark Baisley, Senate District 4. So if we have paper ballots, which I strongly support, that is computer readable, could be scannable, then we can have two counts. We can have the hand count that would take some time to do, that would be the official count, but we could have a rapid computer-generated count to inform everybody what it looks like, and it would be the unofficial count, but it would be fast. So if we just use, if we've done this many times in past state assemblies, where we have computerized, computer-readable paper forms, but that just would be the rapid response, and then we go count them, and it might take us hours or days, but that would be okay, and that would be the official. That's my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Lindsay Moore. I'm from El Paso County. I rise in support. Thank you. I rise in favor of this. I want to propose that Peg Cage and the Teller team has created an incredible process that is very, very timely and very efficient. And if all of you were at the State Assembly last year like I was, you saw that those clickers you could punch 100 times and you never knew how many votes you put in. With a paper ballot, we know we've got one ballot for one person in the box. And what's a little bit of time to know that it's one person and one vote?
The chair would ask your indulgence to not say anything else so we can get to the Adams controversy. I think we pretty much know what's going to happen.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I move to close debate.
Well, I think debate's over, so let's just do this. All in favor of paper ballots, please rise. Okay. Please be seated. All opposed, feel free to rise if you want. Okay, please be seated. Paper ballots we will use at the State Assembly. Okay. At this time, we need to take up the Adams County controversy. I'd like to call up the representative for Daniel Bellefontaine and Evan Underwood, if you could make your way up to the stage. I think it was Heidi, right, okay. So come on up. So per the rules that were put out to both sides of this controversy, each side will be granted 7 minutes to present their case. You do not have to use all 7 minutes, but you are welcome to them. The party that is appealing will get to go first. They have a total of 7 minutes that will be strictly enforced, and then a response from our Secretary, Anna Ferguson. So please, go ahead.
I am reading Daniel's words. Hello, Central Committee. I'm Daniel Bellefontaine, the chairman of Adams County Republican Central Committee. I'm not able to be there today because I am in Greece with my wife for our 15th wedding anniversary. I would like to take this time to address the bonus member controversy in Adams County. I would like to start by setting the stage. The Adams County Republican Central Committee had our biennial reorganizational meeting on February 4th of this year. There were about 100 people in attendance at that meeting. The goal was to elect a new chairman, vice chairman, secretary, vacancy committee chairman, bonus members to the State Central Committee, and bonus members to Congressional District 8, as well as House District positions. We began our meeting with a controversy over new PCPs being added. Our monthly January meeting was scheduled to elect new PCPs through our vacancy committee. Chairman Windholz canceled the January meeting. Some of our executive committee members voted to hold a vacancy committee meeting anyway, following our bylaws, and 18 new PCPs were elected at that meeting. The first order of business at the reorg meeting was to validate these new PCPs or not. We voted to accept the new PCPs by a vote of 44 yes to 43 no. Then one of our ACRC members asked that we redo the vote because she was confused as to what we were voting for. The vote changed. The vote was held. The vote changed the result to 43 yes to 44 no, and the new PCPs were not accepted at the reorg meeting. I've never been involved in an organization where we redid a vote because a member was confused. We then got down to the business of voting for chairman, vice chairman, and so on. I ran against Anna Ferguson for chairman and won that election. We then elected our vice chairman, Craig Sullivan, and our secretary, Robert Schmidt. Carl Hoops was elected to be the vacancy chairman. Next, we voted on state bonus members. We nominated and voted for 12 people to be bonus members to the State Central Committee. The votes were cast and counted in full view of the membership. The results were posted on the projection screen, and we moved on to the bonus members for Congressional District 8. We initially nominated and voted for as many as 26 bonus members to CD 8. That was later corrected to 12 bonus members for CD 8. The votes were counted again in full view of the membership. The results were posted, and the meeting was adjourned. There was no mention of any possible recounts or any issues with the counting of the ballots, and the ballots remained in the possession of the now ex-chairman Windholz. I had my new secretary fill out the proper reporting forms with the results of the elections and sent them to the Secretary of State, the State GOP, the Adams County Clerk and Recorder, and to the chairman of Congressional District 8. I left the country the following Monday to go to Israel on a pre-planned trip with my wife. Sometime between the adjournment of the meeting on Saturday, February 4th, and Thursday, February 9th, Chairman Windholz and the Teller Committee Chairman Julia Freud discovered a problem with the ballots and the counting. Chairman Windholz called her Teller Committee and a couple of other members from her previous administration to do a recount of the ballots on February 9th at her home. This recount was conducted without any opportunity for any of our membership to observe the recount. In fact, two of the individuals doing the recount were Anna Ferguson and Lisa Smith, people on the ballots. They were nominated to be bonus members to the state and CD8 central committees. The one different result of this secret recount was that Evan Underwood lost 14 votes from 44 to 30 votes, and Anna Ferguson gained 4 votes from 31 to 35. The Teller Committee Chairman, Julia Freund, then submitted these new results to the state GOP with Anna Ferguson replacing Evan Underwood on the list. Very few members of the ACRC were even aware that there was a recount. The next day, one of our ACRC members posted the results of this recount on his Facebook page. That posting was discovered by another member who then confronted Chairman Windholz about having a recount in secret. Chairman Windholz then scheduled a second recount to be held in a more public place with a few more members invited to observe the counting. I was then notified by email of the second recount, but I was still in Israel. The second recount was done, and the results were, of course, the same as the first. I was not made aware that there were 3 other individuals who had the same number of votes as Anna Ferguson in the first 2 recounts. Those 4 individuals that tied for a seat were Keith Maines, Ryan McBride, and Stacey Doherty, and Anna Ferguson. By this time, I was being pressured by Anna Ferguson, ex-chairman Windholz, and the Teller Committee, Julia Freund, to submit the recount results to the state GOP. I was on the phone Wednesday morning, February 15th at 2:30 a.m. in Israel with our then chairman, our political director, and our state attorney to figure out how to handle this situation. I was told that as chairman, the final decision was mine and that state leadership would back up my decision. I returned home and was called for a meeting on February 21st at my home so I could look at the ballots. I was told the only difference between the list I had sent to the state GOP and the recount results was the addition of Anna Ferguson and the deletion of Evan Underwood. I questioned the chain of custody on the ballots. I hadn't seen the ballots for at least 17 days. The ballots should have been turned over to me, and I should have secured the ballots in case there were any disputes in the voting or in case there was a need for any recount. I didn't have the ballots to do that. I questioned whether or not these were all the ballots cast in this election. 91 people were credentialed at the start of the meeting, and 83 ballots were presented to me in my home 17 days later. I also pointed out that 4 of the ballots had a name scratched out and Anna Ferguson's name written in. As I said earlier, I did not know then that at least 3 other people had tied in the recounts with Anna Ferguson. We did not conduct a full recount. We focused only on the votes that were cast for Anna Ferguson and Evan Underwood. I also did not know at that time that Evan Underwood had lost 14 votes. How does one lose 14 votes in a recount? I was told that a tally sheet had inadvertently not been counted at the reorg meeting. That certainly would add votes for some, but not lose votes for one and only one person. My decision to leave Evan in place as a bonus member in the State Central Committee was based on several factors. First, once the gavel came down at the reorg meeting on February 4th, the tenure of Chairman Windholz had ended. This was confirmed by the state party. Robert's Rules of Order and Parliamentary Procedure point out that any unfinished business from that meeting becomes the responsibility of the new chairman at the next meeting. This includes any recounts of any ballots during the original meeting. Second, The need for a recount was never communicated to the new leadership nor to the majority of the members of our county organization, which is a violation of their rights as voting members. Third, my concerns with chain of custody of the ballots and the process of conducting a recount were not adequately addressed. Fourth, at least 2 of the nominees were also involved in recounting the ballots. This is at least an ethical issue, especially in light of election integrity.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but your time has expired. Why don't you finish your sentence or a sentence and we'll
Fifth.
go.
The third recount was not a recount, as the only ballots that were focused on were those pertaining to Anna Ferguson and Evan Underwood. As I have said, at least 4 members tied with Anna Ferguson as a result of these most recent of the 2 previous mostly secret recounts. We rant and rave about election integrity in all of our election. There is integrity in an election that is transparent and witnessed by the electorate.
Okay, the chair will recognize Anna Ferguson for, no. Chair will recognize Anna Ferguson for a response.
This was already debated at the State Executive Committee, and it was found that they agreed with the fact that I was the one that was supposed to be as a bonus member for Adams County. They had 3 recounts, and the reason they had the recount was because there were about 10 people that got 0 votes. We were being rushed out, as we're going to be probably rushed out of here at about 4 o'clock. The votes were, everybody was coming up on the stage. Votes were not being counted only by the teller committee. People were coming up and just counting things and giving numbers. But in any case, Joanne decided to do a recount. It was not a secret recount. The teller committee was involved. A couple of other people were involved. Daniel was in Israel at the time. Joanne had the ballots secure. She signed an affidavit. The ballots were never out of her possession, so the fact that they're saying that she might have manipulated something or thrown away some ballots because of the fact that Evan came up with 14 less votes, and I didn't come up with 4 more. I always stood at the same number. Mine was always at 35. Evan was 14 above that, actually, he ended up with 31, I believe. But he had 14 more of them at the day of the organizational meeting. Daniel, who was the chair, also had a recount at his house. He instructed the teller committee to put through that I was the one that was on the ballot as a bonus member and not Evan. And he made her send it to the Secretary of State, the county chair, the state GOP. And it was actually the state GOP that talked Daniel out of keeping his commitment to make this final, this third recount. The fact that I was tied with 4 other people is not true. Keith Maines got 36 votes. I got 35. Ryan and Stacy both got 34. So Keith was always on. It was never a tie with Keith. He was always on. I was the 13th person. When Evan got taken off the names, then my name got pushed up. Actually, the ballots that they're saying that Joanne got rid of, all of them had 12 names on them, or up to 12 names. So if we had gotten rid of 14 ballots, everybody else's ballots numbers would have gone down as well. They didn't. Everybody else stood the same. It was just Evan's count was 14 over. Validating the PCPs was really not part of this controversy at all, and it had nothing to do with me, so I don't know why that was brought up as an issue. But basically, that's really all I have to say, that, the ballots, we had 3 recounts. All of them showed that I was at the 35 votes, and Evan had 31 and was not a bonus member.
Okay. We're going to go into debate. The motion on the floor, or the question on the floor, is on sustaining or affirming the decision of the Executive Committee on this controversy. Before we get into debate, just to answer a few questions, the Executive Committee did vote in favor of Anna Ferguson. I can't disclose the exact totals, but it was a clear majority to do so. I'm happy to answer questions as debate ensues, but I wanted to make that clear to everyone. The decision that was rendered was emailed to you 30 days ago. So please review that material as debate goes on. We'll go ahead and start with those in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Laurel Eimer, Jefferson County. I also represent Congressional District 7 on the State Executive Committee, so I heard this complaint originally. And I'm very concerned that the original complaint submitted by Adams County Chair Daniel Belafonte, which I have right here on my phone that I could read to you if you want, is significantly different than what was just read from the platform today. So someone has changed their story, and they're changing it in the attempt to change the outcome of what was already done by the State Executive Committee, and that's concerning. I have the letter here if you need to read it.
Mr. Chairman, John Fielding, Douglas County. I do not like the conclusion of the Executive Committee's decision. And one of the parts that I do not like is where it says, furthermore, Adams County is required to have its teller committee members undergo training to mitigate the risks of future mistakes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Mr. Chairman, I do not believe that this committee or the Executive Committee has the power to require counties to train their people. And Mr. Chairman, I move to amend the decision on the last paragraph of page 6 to strike the word required and substitute the word recommended.
1 second, let me confer with the parliamentarian. Is there a second? Okay, I guess we're on that discussion. Is there debate on amending it from required to recommended?
What, Mr. Chairman, the basis for my proposed amendment is that I don't believe there's anything in our bylaws or statute that gives the Executive Committee the power to require things of the counties like this unless it is essential to resolving the dispute. Once they determined that Ms. Ferguson was the proper bonus member, that resolved the dispute. So this is an excess of what was necessary to resolve the dispute before the Executive Committee, and I think it's outside the Executive Committee's power. Thank you.
Is there any discussion on the amendment to the decision? Okay, seeing none, this only requires a majority vote. All in favor of this amendment, please rise. Okay. Please be seated. All opposed, please rise. Okay, please be seated. That amendment is adopted. Now we're back to sustaining the decision as amended. Well, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead. Yes.
Chuck Bonneville, Adams County bonus member. This has been a festering sore in Adams County. We thought we had it resolved 3 times. We had 3 revotes. It's clear that Evan Underwood lost. He clearly lost. And Daniel Bellefontaine went back on his word. He went back on his word from pressure from the other side. You've got to respect our chairs. You've got to respect the voting of Adams County. And Adams County was clear. We want Anna Ferguson, and we don't want Kevin Underwood. And I'd vote for you to please uphold the right of a county to have its own voters. Thank you.
Yes, Evan Underwood, Adams County bonus member. So I just want to illuminate a few things. One, if we vote to uphold this decision, what we're effectively doing is we are voting to uphold an illegal and essentially rigged election. What happened was that, first of all, these recounts were illegal. There's nothing in the Adams County bylaws that authorizes Joanne Winholtz to have a recount, especially since she was never the chairman during these recounts. There's nothing in our bylaws that authorizes the current chairman to have a recount. Under our bylaws and under Robert's rules, the results from that reorganization meeting have to stand. So if we want to overturn it just because Joanne Winholtz thought that the results looked funny and there should just be a recount, then we're effectively illegally overturning an election. And let's just assume for the sake of argument that the recounts were legally valid. Anna Ferguson has not explained how one person can just suddenly lose 14 votes. Right? People just suddenly losing 14 votes kind of sounds to me like, remember back in 2020 when Trump was ahead in Michigan, Wisconsin, and whatnot, and all of a sudden Biden just gained out of nowhere 20,000 votes? Votes don't just come and drop out of nowhere. So the original votes are the actual votes, and if people want to dispute that, unfortunately, our hands are legally tied. So we were against election fraud, we were against rigging elections back in 2020, so I ask that we keep up that same commitment, that we stay against rigging elections, and that you vote to overturn the decision of the executive committee. Thank you.
This microphone is for those who support affirming the executive committee's decision, right?
Yes.
Over here? Okay. Well, I'm going to switch sides. I was just waiting.
Okay, I'm speaking in favor of affirming the decision. And the value of paper ballots is that you can audit them, and so that's the whole point. They were audited and they were shown. And there's no evidence that anybody manipulated anything, and so they had the 3 recounts. Actually, the recounts were all, my understanding is essentially the same. I mean, like maybe one different or something like that, but it didn't change the result. All 3 recounts agreed, and that's the value of the paper ballot. And the outgoing chairman's responsibility, I think it is his or her responsibility to make sure that the results that he or she is transmitting to state are correct based upon what happened at the meeting. And so that was her point. There isn't a special procedure. I agree with that because it's not a normal situation. So, but she's a fair person. She's not a liar or anything. So I'm sure she did a good thing. So in the same way, the chairman is giving the right results to the state after the fact, just like a treasurer would ensure that the books were correct before, and made whatever corrections or whatever, presumably they could show, with paperwork, which they could here. So if the audit, if it's more important to support who actually won or the process. So I think it's more important to support who actually won.
Hi. I'm speaking for the process because I think the process is important, as we have seen. As we have seen, like in our election process, the process matters because that determines who gets elected. And so I was actually contacted by someone who sent me a screenshot. She sent me a screenshot and said, "Oh, did you know about this recount?" And I was like, "No, I'm the House District Chair and I'm on the executive committee. I know nothing about this." And so I texted Daniel, who was in Israel, and I was like, "Daniel, did you do a recount?" He goes, "I don't know what you're talking about." And I said, "Well, this is the picture that I was just sent, and a recount was done." And so he said, "Well, you need to verify this." And I was like, "Okay, I'll call Joanne." So I called Joanne, and Joanne's like, "Yes, we did a recount because I felt like there were discrepancies." And I said, "Well, why did you not contact people? Why did you do this in secret?" And she said, "It's my authority." And I said, "Joanne, you don't have any authority. You are not the chairman anymore. That's like me doing it. I could say, I need to count the ballots again." I mean, we don't do things. The gavel came down, the meeting ended. If there were problems, call another meeting. Call another meeting, but you don't do it in secret. There needs to be a chain of custody with our ballots. How would we feel if all of a sudden we went home and they said, "Oh, we needed to count this again. Oh, and now it's changed." That would not sit well with you. That is what happened in Adams County.
I'm sorry, to clarify, because the executive committee did rule the way it did, the executive committee took in evidence that showed there were 3 separate recounts. One initially from the former chairwoman, Joanne Weinholz, and then another one that was more publicly disclosed, and then another by the current chairman, Daniel Bellefontaine. In all 3 instances, those ballots were shown to have had Anna Ferguson win that slot. That is in large part why the executive committee ruled the way it did. We also did what we did because we felt that the controversy process was not followed by the prior administration. The prior administration refused to take this up and instead brought it forward to the Credentials Committee at the March 11th meeting. The problem with that was that the Credentials Committee had zero time to examine the evidence and refused to actually debate the merits of both sides. In fact, when Chrissy Burton Brown did that at the last moment, she had Daniel Bellefontaine, a party to this issue, actually make the final decision as opposed to the original decision on her part to have the Credential Committee hear it. This process was not followed properly. When the evidence was brought forward by the Executive Committee, we examined everything, and this decision reflects that. We felt that the chain of custody issues were not compelling. Joanne Weinholz is a former state representative. She is an ethical woman and a former Republican Party chairwoman from Adams County. We have no reason to suspect that there was any sort of foul play. That, coupled with the fact that Daniel Bellefontaine, the chairman of Adams County, conducted his own recount and submitted minutes to the Executive Committee stating that Anna Ferguson had won, was pretty compelling evidence to the Executive Committee. And so that is what we decided, and I wanted to clarify that. There was not one recount that was done in secret. There were multiple recounts that came with the same results. Those are the facts. You may decide however you want to decide, but those are the facts. Go ahead.
Cody LeBlanc, bonus member from Weld County, the secretary to the 8th Congressional District Central Committee. I want to just take a moment. We've heard this conversation multiple times in the 8th Congressional District. To Chairman Williams' point about the March 11th State Central Committee, this also happened at the 8th Congressional District Central Committee meeting where we elected our new chair, vice chair, secretary. The conversation at that point was also provided that Chairman Bellefontaine stood behind the results that listed Anna Ferguson as the bonus member from Adams County. At this point, if we decide to go back and change things and not uphold the decision of the state GOP, it opens up a whole new can of worms with all of the elections that have happened since then, since Anna Ferguson has been seated in that position. On that note, I would like to call for the question. I move to call the question.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, the motion on the floor is to close debate. This requires a 2/3 vote. All in favor of ending debate, please rise. Okay, please be seated. All opposed, please rise. Okay, please be seated. The ayes have it. Debate is closed. We will move into the immediate vote on affirming the decision of the Executive Committee. So, as amended by Mr. Fielding. So, just to clarify, the decision is if you vote yes, you're affirming the decision that the Executive Committee adopted. If you vote no, you're voting to overturn that decision. So all in favor of affirming and sustaining the decision of the State Executive Committee, please rise. Okay, please be seated. All opposed, please rise. Please be seated. The ayes have it. The decision is affirmed. There is no further business before the Colorado... No, there's no bylaw amendments, I guarantee you that. There is no further business before the Colorado Republican Central Committee. The Colorado Republicans...
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Yes?
I believe Mr. McCartney has a point.
Yes, okay, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to adjourn here, but before we do, we wanted to say that, especially given the results that we saw with the opt-out vote, it's even more important that we pitch in for the lawsuit. We need to close the primary, and the lawsuit is one avenue that we certainly need to support fully. So we're going to go ahead and pass the buckets, and if you could very well chip in and donate, all the proceeds will go to the lawsuit. With that, they're going to be handed out. I want to thank everyone, and and please pick up your trash. We want to be good guests to the host as well. Thank you so much. This meeting is adjourned.
Hello?
as everybody is leaving, please stop by the Colorado Hispanic Republican. They have papers that are in English and in Spanish that you can actually take to your counties. Please stop by their area over there where they had the hot dogs. Thank you.
We're good.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a ton of HH flyers. We need to defeat this proposition. It's a fake. It's going to increase our taxes and undermine Tabor. So I encourage everyone to take some flyers and please tell your friends. Can you hand those out? Thank you so much. It's okay. Well, I got mad because there was.
Check 1 2. Check. Mr. Tom Bjorklund, if you can come to the stage, please. Tom Bjorklund, please come to the stage. Thank you. Also, Colorado GOP intern team, please come to the stage. Thank you.